under the crimson glow of a setting sun. The camera glides over the shifting sands of an uncharted desert. A haunting voice whispers, "There was once a civilization so advanced, so influential, that it shaped the very foundations of human knowledge, and then it vanished." This is where our story begins. Not with what we know, but with what we were never meant to remember. Across every continent, fragments of something ancient whisper from beneath the earth. Ruins that defy time, symbols that shouldn't exist, and artifacts that science cannot explain. The textbooks tell us that civilization began about 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. But what if that's only a small chapter of a much older saga? What if another people, more advanced, more mysterious, came long before and their memory was deliberately erased? For generations, archaeologists have followed a carefully constructed timeline, one that defines humanity's rise as linear, predictable, and controlled. But deep beneath layers of soil and secrecy lie clues that tell a different story, one that doesn't fit into the sanctioned version of history. In the shadows of forbidden dig sites and forgotten archives, evidence points to a lost world that flourished thousands of years before Egypt raised its first pyramid, before Sumer etched its first tablet. As we peel back the layers of deception, we confront a disturbing question. Who decided what part of history we were allowed to know? Every empire, every church, every academic gatekeeper has rewritten the past for its own power. But the earth remembers, the stones remember, and their silent testimony is starting to speak once more. Imagine a civilization that understood the power of vibration, resonance, and geometry, forces modern science is only beginning to rediscover. Imagine monuments built with precision machines, metals forged with techniques we cannot replicate, and knowledge of the stars that predates recorded astronomy. These were not primitive people fumbling through darkness. They were architects of something profound, something universal. But something happened. A cataclysm, perhaps a flood, a cosmic event, or a war of unimaginable scale. Their world fell, and with it, their knowledge. The survivors scattered across the globe, seeding myths, languages, and religions that still echo the same story. Gods descended from the sky, taught humanity, and then disappeared. Now, centuries later, their traces are emerging again. In the sands of Egypt, the jungles of South America, the depths of the Indian Ocean. Every new discovery chips away at the official narrative, revealing that history may not be a straight line, but a cycle of forgotten greatness. This is not just an archaeological investigation. It is a journey into the very soul of humanity, a search for our true origin, a truth buried beneath centuries of control, censorship, and denial. The evidence is there, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those willing to question everything. And by the end of this story, you may never look at human history, or your place in it, the same way again. In the winter of 1947, deep in the wind-swept plains of Anatolia, a lone archaeologist brushed the dust off an object that would change his life and threaten his career. The man's name, largely forgotten now, was Dr. Alexander Vane, a quiet scholar obsessed with ancient maps and unrecorded civilizations. He was the kind of man who believed that truth could survive anything, even the machinery of censorship. What he found that day seemed to prove him right. Buried beneath the floor of a collapsed temple was a fragment of an ancient tablet covered in carvings of coastlines and mountain ranges that did not exist on any known map. But the most disturbing part was what did appear, Antarctica free of ice. Dr. Vane didn't know it yet, but he had stumbled upon the same mystery that had haunted explorers for centuries, a hidden record of a world long erased. Later, while researching comparative cartography, he discovered similar anomalies in the Pyrie Reis map, drawn in 1513, which depicted the southern polar continent in perfect detail, hundreds of years before it was officially discovered and thousands of years before modern technology could have mapped it. The map had been copied, Reis claimed, from even older sources written by people who should not have existed. Every known copy of those earlier maps has vanished, but scattered references remain, whispers of charts that have originated from a civilization destroyed in prehistory. The ancients called it by many names, Atlantis, Aslan, or Mu. To the modern historian, these are myths. Yet to the seeker, they are evidence that an ancient hand once charted the world as it was before the ice. How could cartographers from the 15th century, or their ancient sources, have known the exact dimensions of Antarctica's coastlines, buried under 2 miles of ice for at least 6,000 years. Modern science insists it's impossible, yet the data matches precisely with radar imaging conducted in the 20th century. Dr. Vane tried to publish his findings. He compared the Pyrie Reefs with other anomalies, the Orondius Phineas map, the Bwatch map, and the Mercator charts, each one showing features that should have been unknown to humanity. But his paper was rejected, dismissed as pseudoscience. Funding disappeared. His colleagues distanced themselves. His university sealed his notes, claiming he had misinterpreted the evidence. Within a year, his career was destroyed. What if he was right? What if these maps weren't mistakes, but memories? Ancient atlases preserved from a time when humanity's reach extended across the planet, before the last great flood buried their cities and wiped their knowledge clean. If that's true, then someone or something mapped the Earth thousands of years before our first recorded civilizations. As the years passed, others began to notice the same patterns. Marine archaeologists found submerged structures off the coast of India that matched locations marked on those forbidden maps. Researchers comparing early Chinese, Mayan, and Polynesian navigation charts discovered strange parallels, shared longitudes, identical star routes, and alignments pointing to long-lost landmasses. Across cultures separated by oceans, there was a hidden geometry, a faint echo of a once global science of navigation. If this civilization truly existed, they knew the world not as a mythic realm of gods and monsters, but as a living map of energy and terrain. They understood the stars, the currents, the mathematics of the Earth itself. What kind of people could possess such mastery? And more importantly, what happened to them? Perhaps the more unsettling question is, why were these maps and the knowledge they contained systematically buried? Were they erased simply because they contradicted the accepted timeline, or because they revealed the existence of a power structure far older than the one that governs history today? Every time such evidence surfaces, it's quietly dismissed, locked away, or ridiculed. The deeper one looks, the more one senses the presence of an invisible hand guiding what we are allowed to believe about our past. Dr. Vane vanished in 1952. His personal journals, what few remain, speak of coordinates that change everything in a land that memory forgot. Some say he discovered another map, one older still, etched in metal, found deep in the deserts of Africa. Others claim he was silenced. What cannot be denied is that his story mirrors the fate of so many who dare to question the official narrative. The mystery of these ancient maps is not just about geography, it is about consciousness. They are a fragment of a worldview that saw the planet as interconnected, alive, and understood through sacred geometry. Whoever drew them didn't just record coastlines. They recorded knowledge, of energy, of harmony, of purpose. And if such knowledge once existed, it means our current civilization is not the first to map the Earth, not the first to master the stars, not even first of all. The maps remain scattered like breadcrumbs across the ages, pointing back to a civilization that we were never meant to remember, a civilization that charted the impossible and then disappeared into the sands of forbidden history. Long before the first cuneiform tablets were pressed into clay, before the pharaohs raised their monumental tombs toward the desert sun, something far older stirred upon the earth, a civilization so ancient that time itself seems to have forgotten it. Beneath layers of sediment, under mountains and seas, traces of their world remain, fragments of stone, inexplicable artifacts, and ruins that mock the linear story of human progress. Archaeologists, confined by the boundaries of their textbooks, date civilization's dawn to around 6,000 years ago. But every so often, the ground whispers another truth, one that stretches back tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. It began with a series of discoveries that shouldn't exist. At sites like Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, temples more sophisticated than anything from the Neolithic were uncovered, perfectly aligned with the stars, carved with precision that defies stone tools, and built by people who, according to mainstream history, should have been primitive hunter-gatherers. Radiocarbon dating placed the site at over 12,000 years old, more than twice as old as Sumer or Egypt. This revelation didn't just challenge the accepted timeline, it shattered it. If people were capable of such architecture at that time, then civilization didn't begin 6,000 years ago. It restarted 6,000 years ago. But Göbekli Tepe was only the beginning. In the Andes, megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman show interlocking stones weighing hundreds of tons, fitted together with such precision that not even a blade can slip between them. These stones, weathered and melted as if by intense heat, bear no resemblance to later Incan construction. The local legends speak of gods who built them long before the first kings, beings of immense power who came from across the sea. In Egypt, the Osirian of Abydos lies beneath layers of earth and sand, built with granite blocks that suggest an engineering capability far beyond the dynastic Egyptians who later carved their temples above it. Every corner of the world carries whispers of these impossible beginnings. Carbon dating, the great measure of historical time, has always been the arbiter of what is acceptable. But what happens when the results don't align with the narrative? Throughout the 20th century, several artifacts tested impossibly old, metallic objects encased in ancient rock formations, fossilized footprints alongside those of extinct animals, and carvings that predate their supposed cultures by millennia. In most cases, these results were quietly dismissed, the data reinterpreted, or the artifacts lost in transit to museums. The narrative had to be protected. Even myths and oral traditions, often brushed aside as mere folklore, hold eerie consistency across continents. Aboriginal stories from Australia, the Vedas of India, and the Dogon tales of West Africa all describe ancient teachers, luminous beings who descended from the sky and taught humanity the arts of agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. These weren't just spiritual metaphors. They may have been distorted memories of encounters with civilizations so far advanced that they appeared divine to the survivors who inherited their ruins. Imagine, for a moment, a people who lived before the end of the last ice age, when coastlines stretched farther out and the Sahara was green. They built vast stone networks, charted the stars, and cultivated technologies that harnessed energy from the earth itself. They may have understood resonance, magnetism, and geometry as living forces, the keys to shaping matter and manipulating gravity. These weren't myths. They were memories, passed down through fragments of language and legend, coded in temples and aligned with the heavens. And then came the cataclysm. Around 12,800 years ago, a sudden global disaster struck. A comet impact, a shift in the poles, or a solar outburst. Something powerful enough to melt glaciers, flood continents, and darken the sky for generations. The sea rose, swallowing their coastal cities. Earthquakes shattered their temples. Fire consumed their knowledge. What survived became myth. The flood of Noah, the sinking of Atlantis, the wrath of the gods. Civilization didn't begin after this event. It began again. The survivors carried what little knowledge they could. They became the teachers of the next age. The mysterious architects who appeared suddenly in Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica, building pyramids that echoed the same proportions, aligned to the same stars. These weren't coincidences. They were fingerprints, the remnants of a forgotten world reborn in fragments across the globe. But how old was this mother civilization? Some evidence points back 20,000 years, others 30,000 or even more. Stone tools found at archaeological digs in Mexico and Brazil have been dated to 30,000 years before present, far older than the Clovis culture once thought to be the first Americans. Underwater ruins off the coast of Japan, in Yonaguni, show stairways, terraces, and geometrical carvings beneath layers of coral that suggest submersion more than 10,000 years ago. And in the depth of the Indian Ocean, sonar scans reveal structures near the Gulf of Cambay that predate known Indian civilization by nearly 7,000 years. If this lost world truly existed, its people weren't simply builders. They were scientists of the sacred. Their architecture encoded mathematical constants. Their myths preserved cosmological truths, and their cities mirrored constellations above. They saw no separation between science and spirit. To them, the universe was one vast living system, measurable, knowable, and divine. So why were they erased? Perhaps because their existence defies the carefully crafted origin story of humanity, one that keeps us small, isolated, and new. To admit that a global civilization thrived tens of thousands of years ago would demand rewriting every historical model, every academic hierarchy, every origin theory taught in schools. It would prove that humanity's story is not one of slow evolution, but of cyclical amnesia, the rise and fall of forgotten greatness. In the silence of buried temples and the symmetry of sacred geometry, their presence still lingers. The question is no longer whether they existed, but how long it will take before we finally remember them. There are places on this planet that seem to swallow time itself, lands where the wind whispers of ancient things buried deep below, yet where no one is allowed to dig. Behind barbed wire, under government protection, and far from the public eye, these forbidden zones stand as silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the past. Every continent has them. Deserts where entry is restricted, islands closed for environmental preservation, and mountains sealed under military jurisdiction. Officially, these areas are protected for reasons of safety or science. Unofficially, they hide something much older and much more dangerous to our understanding of history. One such place lies in the Egyptian desert, near the Fayum Basin. For decades, whispers have persisted among local Bedouins of an ancient city buried beneath the dunes, a network of temples and corridors stretching for miles, known in legend as the Labyrinth of Hira. In 2008, a team using ground-penetrating radar discovered massive rectangular structures beneath the sand, their size dwarfing even the Great Pyramid. Yet shortly after the findings were made public, the site was abruptly declared off-limits. The Egyptian authorities cited preservation concerns, and the data was never released. Those who pressed for answers received silence. To this day, the true extent of what lies beneath Hira remains classified. Similar stories unfold around the world. In the jungles of Central America, researchers seeking to excavate certain zones within the Guatemalan Petén region, an area now blanketed by dense rainforest, have found their permits mysteriously revoked. LiDAR scans of the region reveal the outlines of thousands of undiscovered structures, vast city complexes hidden under centuries of overgrowth. Some of them predate the known Mayan civilization by millennia, suggesting the existence of an even older culture. Yet, despite international interest, excavation has been repeatedly delayed under the guise of environmental safety. Why? What could be so threatening about a forgotten city? In the Middle East, entire areas near the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the so-called cradle of civilization, are now closed military zones. Excavation teams that once explored ancient Sumerian sites have been turned away, their projects indefinitely suspended. Former archaeologists from the region have hinted at discoveries that contradict conventional chronology, artifacts showing advanced metallurgy, cuneiform tablets referencing sky teachers, and ruins aligned to celestial patterns. After the wars of the early 2000s, many of these sites fell under foreign control, guarded by private contractors rather than cultural ministries. To this day, independent research remains forbidden. Then there are the underwater sites, the ones that truly terrify the gatekeepers of history. Off the coast of Cuba, deep-sea sonar scans in 2001 revealed massive geometric structures nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. Perfectly straight walls, pyramidal forms, and wide roads stretching across the ocean floor. The Cuban and Canadian teams involved in the discovery were reportedly ordered to halt all exploration. Subsequent dives were either canceled or unrecorded. The data vanished. The few images that leaked to the public were dismissed as natural rock formations, despite clear right angles and symmetry visible in the footage. Across the globe, these stories follow the same pattern: discovery, excitement, official denial, and then disappearance. In Peru, drone footage of newly uncovered geoglyphs in the Nazca Desert was confiscated by local authorities and never seen again. In China, entire sections of the ancient pyramid field near Xi'an are sealed off, disguised beneath artificial hills covered with trees. Satellite imagery reveals symmetrical structures beneath those mounds, yet permission to excavate has never been granted. The official explanation is always the same: preservation, protection, or lack of funding. But behind the bureaucratic language lies the unspoken truth that what rests beneath these sites could overturn everything we think we know about human origins. Even within academic circles, certain topics are considered career suicide. Whispers circulate of archaeologists who have been blacklisted for pursuing forbidden digs. Grants withdrawn, publications blocked, reputations quietly destroyed. These scholars speak of strange encounters with government officials warning them to abandon their research. One scientist, working in the Sinai Peninsula, described how her dig was reclassified as a national security matter. What could possibly connect archaeology with national security, unless the discoveries challenge something fundamental, something that those in power cannot afford to reveal? Some researchers believe that these forbidden sites form a global network, remnants of civilization that once spanned the earth. Their ruins, scattered across deserts, jungles, and seabeds, align with astronomical patterns and energy meridians, forming what appears to be an ancient planetary grid. If even one of these sites were openly excavated and verified, the entire structure of recorded history would collapse. The guardians of orthodoxy cannot allow that. And yet, despite the silence, the Earth continues to reveal fragments of truth. Satellite scans capture faint outlines of lost structures beneath the Sahara, where once there was fertile land and river systems. Expeditions in Antarctica, restricted to a few military-approved zones, have reported unnatural formations beneath the ice, geometric patterns, magnetic anomalies, and warm pockets far below the frozen crust. Officially, these are dismissed as research stations or natural phenomena. But to those who have seen the images, the resemblance to man-made design is undeniable. Why is humanity denied access to its own past? Perhaps because knowledge is power, and whoever controls the narrative of history controls the perception of reality itself. The story of civilization is not one of progress, but of suppression. For every temple unearthed, 10 are buried. For every truth revealed, 1,000 are hidden. The forbidden dig sites of the world are not simply places where ancient stones sleep. They are prisons of memory of who we once were. But no wall of secrecy lasts forever. As technology advances and independent explorers turn their eyes to the skies and seas, the buried past grows restless. The truth beneath the forbidden zones is stirring again. And when it finally emerges, it may not just rewrite history. It may reveal a civilization that once mastered the world, and was erased so thoroughly that even the memory of their existence had to be forbidden. In 1996, in the blistering heat of the Sahara's western edge, a team of geologists stumbled upon something that should not have existed. Fragments of pottery, blackened by time, buried under layers of sand hundreds of miles from any known ancient settlement. Beneath that same desert, radar imaging revealed symmetrical shapes, walls, corridors, and domes half buried in silence. At first, the discovery was dismissed as geological coincidence, but further scanning exposed what appeared to be the remains of an enormous city. Streets aligned with the stars, foundations carved into bedrock, and a central plaza stretching for kilometers. A city that predated Egypt, a city that officially should never have existed. Locals had long whispered of it. The City of the Winds, they called it, an ancient metropolis swallowed by the dunes before recorded time. Explorers in the early 20th century mentioned strange mounds scattered across the desert, the tips of something colossal buried below. When researchers tried to dig, their funding vanished, and governments sealed the region as protected territory. Decades later, satellite imagery picked up the same geometric patterns again, identical to urban grids found in ancient Sumer. The coordinates were quietly removed from public satellite databases. But the Sahara is not alone in keeping secrets. In the depths of South America's jungles, a similar enigma lies hidden beneath layers of earth and roots. Near the Madre de Dios River in Peru, archaeologists discovered cyclopean stone walls, too massive and too precise for the known Inca period. These walls, nearly 20 feet high, were built from stones melted and fused together, not chiseled or stacked, as if their builders had somehow softened stone like clay. The site's geometry matched the golden ratio, a mathematical constant revered by later civilizations. The implication was staggering. Whoever built the city possessed not just brute strength but scientific sophistication. Yet when the dig gained attention, the Peruvian Ministry of Culture declared the region off-limits for ecological preservation. No further excavations were permitted. In 2001, another forgotten city emerged, this time from beneath the sea. Off the coast of India, near the Gulf of Cambay, sonar imaging revealed massive structures spanning 5 miles, streets, bar-leafs, and foundations now submerged under 120 feet of water. Artifacts retrieved from the site dated back to nearly 9,500 years ago, which would make it older than any known civilization on Earth. The Indian government briefly confirmed the discovery, but within months, the story disappeared from headlines. Western archaeologists called it an optical illusion. Yet the sonar data remains irrefutable, a lost metropolis resting on what was once dry land before the sea rose at the end of the last ice age. All across the planet, similar cities are being found. In the waters off Japan's Yonaguni, beneath Lake Titicaca, and even on the sands of Saudi Arabia. Each discovery tells the same story. A sophisticated civilization once thrived long before history began, only to be erased by cataclysm and silence. And always, when such ruins are unearthed, the same pattern follows: swift denial, sudden classification, and vanishing reports. It is as though someone is systematically maintaining the illusion that civilization is a recent creation, an accident of the last few millennia. The architecture of these lost cities defies explanation. Massive blocks weighing hundreds of tons are cut with laser-like precision, assembled without mortar, surviving earthquakes and floods that destroyed later empires. Walls curve with mathematical accuracy, aligned with solstices and lunar nodes. Some chambers produce strange acoustic effects, amplifying sound as if designed for resonance or energy transmission. How could primitive Stone Age people have engineered such perfection? Legends tell of the shining builders, beings who descended from the sky or rose from the depths of the earth, teaching humanity the laws of the stars and the secrets of geometry. They came, the myths say, in a time before time, when the world was young and humanity was still learning to speak. In South America, they were known as the Viracochas, in Egypt as the Neteru, in Sumer as the Anunnaki. Each culture describes them differently, yet always the same, tall, luminous, and bearing knowledge far beyond their age. If these legends were merely myth, they wouldn't align so precisely across civilizations separated by oceans. Yet here they are, identical symbols, identical gods, identical architecture, as if the same builders once walked the earth and left their signature in stone. When their world ended, the sands claimed their cities. Time buried them, and modern history forgot them. But the evidence refuses to stay hidden. Satellite LiDAR scanning in recent years has begun to peel away the planet's surface, revealing the ghostly outlines of cities long lost. Massive grid-like structures beneath the Amazon, mountain fortresses beneath ice, and even circular city plans in Sahara resembling the mythical descriptions of Atlantis itself. Geologists say these are natural formations, yet their geometric precision defies nature. Every line, every angle, every alignment screams design. Why are these discoveries denied, dismissed, or forgotten? Because they challenge the official story that civilization began in Mesopotamia, that humans were primitive before agriculture, that progress has been a straight line upward. These cities prove otherwise. They tell of an age when humanity, or something like humanity, reached heights of knowledge and power that modern science can scarcely imagine. Then, for reasons we still don't understand, it all vanished. Perhaps it wasn't erased by chance, but by design. Perhaps the survivors of that great cataclysm chose to hide what they knew, sealing their cities beneath the sand, water, and stone, leaving only clues for a future age capable of rediscovering them. Or perhaps, as some believe, those who destroyed the world made sure that nothing of that civilization would ever rise again. Today, as the winds sweep across the dunes and the tide rolls over the sunken ruins, that ancient city still sleeps. Beneath its silence lies a story that could rewrite everything we believe about our origins. It is the city that should not exist, the ghost of an age that refuses to die. And it waits, patiently, for the moment when humanity dares to remember. Every now and then, an artifact surfaces that defies everything we know about the timeline of civilization, an object so advanced, so out of place, that it shatters the boundaries of recorded history. Scientists call them old parts, or out-of-place artifacts. The establishment calls them anomalies, mistakes, or hoaxes. But what if they are none of those things? What if they are the fingerprints of forgotten civilization, one so ancient and advanced that even after tens of thousands of years, its traces still glimmer in the dark? It began with a spark of confusion in the late 19th century when miners in South Africa unearthed hundreds of small, perfectly spherical objects embedded in rock formations over 8 billion years old. Each sphere was polished to perfection, some etched with fine parallel grooves as though turned on a lathe. Geologists tried to explain them away as natural formations, limonite concretions, they said. But metallurgical testing revealed that some contain nickel-steel alloys, a combination that does not occur naturally in such ancient geological layers. Who could have crafted precision spheres before humans even existed? Then came the Antikythera mechanism, pulled from the seabed off the coast of Greece in 1901. The corroded bronze fragment seemed unremarkable at first, but X-ray scans later revealed a complex system of gears and inscriptions, a mechanical computer capable of predicting celestial events with astonishing accuracy. It dated to at least 150 B.C., yet nothing like it should have existed for another 1,000 years. Its gears were cut with precision unmatched until the invention of modern clockwork. It wasn't just a machine. It was evidence of lost knowledge, the shadow of an engineering tradition far older than the Greeks. But the story grows even stranger. In 1998, Russian geologists analyzing rock samples from the Ural Mountains found microscopic spiral-shaped objects, some made of tungsten and molybdenum, embedded in layers of earth dating back 100,000 years. These materials are used today in advanced aerospace engineering, yet they were sitting in sediments that predated known civilization by almost the entirety of human existence. Laboratory tests confirmed their metallic composition. When researchers tried to publish their results, the data was quietly removed from journals, and the samples disappeared from the archive. Even in North America, miners digging deep into the mountains of California in the 1960s reported discovering metallic vases, nails, and chains embedded in solid quartz, artifacts locked inside geological strata millions of years old. Newspapers at the time briefly reported the findings before retracting the stories. The samples vanished into private collections or were seized for further analysis. Not a single one was ever returned. Perhaps the most haunting of these artifacts lies in the archives of a Romanian museum, the Wedge of Aid, discovered in 1974 near the banks of the Mureș River. Buried alongside mastodon bones and dated to approximately 11,000 years ago, the wedge was composed of 89% aluminum, a metal not discovered by modern science until the 19th century, requiring electrolysis to produce. Tool marks suggested it had once been part of a mechanical structure. Yet there it was, lying in Pleistocene soil, mocking our understanding of prehistory. For every artifact that reaches the public eye, countless others vanish. Whistleblowers speak of sealed storage rooms in museum basements, entire collections labeled anomalous and removed from display. Museum curators have admitted, off the record, that any item that contradicts the accepted historical narrative is quietly archived, sometimes destroyed. The unwritten rule is clear. History must remain linear, predictable, and safe. Anything that challenges that order is forbidden. What if these artifacts are not scattered coincidences, but relics of a single forgotten civilization, one that achieved technological mastery thousands of years before our own? What if they represent fragments of a lost science, preserved like fossils of genius beneath the Earth's crust? Consider the precision of ancient stone cutting in sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia, where massive blocks of andesite, a rock nearly as hard as granite, were sliced with machine-like accuracy and joined with interlocking H patterns. Engineers examining the site have compared the precision to modern machining. Yet, Pumapunku predates any known writing system. How did people of that era achieve such perfection without tools, metalworking, or mathematics? The official explanation, that they used stone hammers and primitive chisels, defies logic. There are no tool marks consistent with such methods, and no debris fields indicating manual carving. The evidence instead points to something else. Technology, whether mechanical, energetic, or acoustic, it was a science we no longer understand. Some researchers believe these artifacts represent remnants of a pre-cataclysmic culture that once spanned the globe, a civilization that harnessed energy from sound, vibration, and magnetism. The pyramids, they suggest, were not tombs but resonant machines. The temples of India, the ziggurats of Sumer, and the step pyramids of Mesoamerica all share harmonic proportions and alignments too precise to be coincidental. These weren't merely aesthetic choices. They were mathematical codes. If the builders of these structures understood how to manipulate resonance, they may have created technologies that could levitate stone, generate power, or communicate across vast distances. technologies that later mythologized as divine. Over time, as their civilization fell, fragments of their tools and creations became the very out-of-place artifacts we find today. To us, they look alien, impossible, anachronistic. To them, they were everyday objects. The deeper question is not how these artifacts were made, but why they were hidden. Perhaps those who came after, the survivors of the cataclysm, no longer understood their use. To them, the machines of their ancestors became relics of gods. Or perhaps, over time, powerful institutions chose to conceal their existence, fearing what humanity might remember. For if we accept that these artifacts are real, that they were forged by human hands in an age before recorded history, then every assumption we build about our origins collapses. It would mean civilization is not 6,000 years old, but possibly hundreds of thousands. It would mean progress is not a straight line, but a cycle of rise, fall, and rediscovery. Each artifact, from the Antikythera gears to the metallic spheres of South Africa, is a message from that lost epic, a whisper across the abyss of time, saying, "We were here before you, and we knew more than you could imagine." And perhaps, just perhaps, some of what they left behind still lies buried, waiting for the day when humanity is ready, not just to dig, but to remember. Imagine standing before a mountain of stone that hums faintly in the wind, blocks so immense they dwarf modern cranes, joined so tightly that not even a hair can slip between them. Every surface glimmers with geometric perfection. No tool marks, no errors, no explanation. For decades, archaeologists have struggled to describe how such feats were achieved by people supposedly limited to stone hammers and copper chisels. Yet the evidence surrounding these ancient monuments hints at something extraordinary: the use of lost technology, of ancient power that predated our machines by millennia. Take the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Textbooks call them tombs, monuments to kings. But no bodies were ever found in the Great Pyramid. No inscriptions naming it a burial site, and no soot marks from torches in the long, airless shafts that snaked through its corridors. The interior is made of precisely cut granite blocks, a stone harder than steel, transported from quarries hundreds of miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 70 tons, yet they were lifted, aligned, and fitted with mathematical precision. The king's chamber itself resonates at specific harmonic frequencies, as if the entire structure were tuned like an instrument. Was it possible that these monuments weren't built for death, but for energy, machines of stone harnessing forces we no longer understand? Modern engineers, analyzing the pyramid's architecture, have noticed something unsettling. Its internal design mirrors the dimensions of the Earth's northern hemisphere to astonishing accuracy. The angle of its sides, the ratio of its height to base, the alignment to true north, all match astronomical and geophysical constants. The pyramid is less a tomb and more a map, a harmonic device linking the heavens and the earth. If such geometry were accidental, it would be a miracle. If deliberate, it suggests an intelligence far beyond the tools of the ancient world. Across the ocean, at Pumapunku in Bolivia, the mystery deepens. Gigantic andesite blocks are cut with interlocking joints so perfect that modern laser cutting technology would struggle to replicate them. Some surfaces bear grooves only a millimeter deep, running flawlessly straight for several feet. Engineers examining the site note the unmistakable precision of machining, the kind achieved only with diamond-tipped tools or ultrasonic carving. Yet, Pumapunku is at least 14,000 years old, built by people who supposedly had no writing, no metal tools, no wheel. Either history is wrong, or they possess a technology that has since vanished. Ancient texts across the world hint at a forgotten science, the manipulation of sound and resonance. The Hindu Samarangana Sutradhara describes machines that move by the music of the air. Tibetan monks speak of levitating stones with the power of harmonic chants. Legend from Egypt tell of priests who could sing stones into place. Even in the Bible, the walls of Jericho are said to have fallen at the sound of trumpets. Could sound, the invisible vibration of the universe, have been the engine of ancient technology? If the ancients understood resonance, they may have known that every object vibrates at a frequency that can be altered by sound waves. By generating precise tones, massive stones could, in theory, be made to oscillate, reducing their weight, even allowing them to move. Modern physicists have replicated this effect on small scales with acoustic levitation. So what if those pyramid chambers, temple halls, and colossal stone drums were not religious spaces but resonant machines, amplifying energy, manipulating matter, and harnessing the natural power of the earth? Evidence of magnetic knowledge appears everywhere. Obelisks carved from solid granite contain traces of quartz, a crystal capable of generating an electric charge under pressure, the piezoelectric effect. When sunlight struck the capstones, the vibration of heat against quartz could have created electromagnetic energy. Networks of obelisks and temples might have functioned like a planetary circuit, transferring frequencies across a land. The ancients may have used the Earth's natural electromagnetic field not as mysticism, but as power. Consider also the precision drilling marks found in ancient stone throughout Egypt. Spiral cuts in granite cores, examined under magnification, show a feed rate of cutting that exceeds the capacity of modern hand tools. The spiral's pitch reveals a depth per revolution consistent with machinery operating under high pressure, not copper chisels or sand abrasion. These weren't primitive masons. They were engineers. If the civilization truly harnessed energy, what powered it? Some theories propose that they tapped into the natural vibrations of the planet itself. The Schumann resonance, the global electromagnetic heartbeat of the Earth. Temples and pyramids may have acted as resonant amplifiers, converting this frequency into usable energy. Others suggest they mastered magnetism or even plasma, using crystal technology to focus energy fields. In every corner of the ancient world, from the Mayan temples of Palenque to the Egyptian hieroglyphs of Dendera, there are depictions of luminous orbs, serpentine currents, and devices that resemble modern electrical components. Skeptics dismiss these as symbolic art, but the repetition across cultures hints at something more, a shared knowledge of forces we've only begun to rediscover. The Dendera relief, for example, shows a bulb-like shape emitting a coiled filament connected to a box that resembles an insulator, what some researchers have dubbed the Dendera light. Was it symbolic? Or was it a literal depiction of ancient technology misunderstood by later scribes? If such power existed, it would explain the impossible feats of construction, the global architectural alignments, and the absence of primitive tool evidence. It could also explain why these secrets were buried. A civilization capable of drawing limitless energy from the planet would have no need for rulers, fuel, or dependence, a direct threat to any system built on control. Perhaps that's why, after the Great Cataclysm, the knowledge was hidden or destroyed. Humanity was not ready to wield it again. And yet, the remnants of that power linger. Megaliths around the world, from Stonehenge to Giza to the temples of Angkor, still resonate at measurable frequencies. Sensitive instruments detect electromagnetic fields pulsing through their stones. It's as if the earth still remembers how to sing, even if we no longer understand the language. Could it be that the ancients were not primitive builders, but guardians of a lost energy science, a science that saw no boundary between matter and spirit, technology and consciousness? Perhaps their machines weren't made of metal and wire, but of sound, stone, and intention, living architecture that bridged worlds. Whatever force they harnessed, it defies explanation, yet its fingerprints remain. In every perfectly cut block, every vibration-tuned temple, every unexplained electromagnetic anomaly, there's a message carved in silence. We once knew how to command the power of the earth itself, and if they did it once, then perhaps we, their distant descendants, are destined to rediscover it. The ancient power has not vanished. It sleeps, waiting to awaken when humanity remembers how to listen. By the mid-20th century, a quiet war was raging in the halls of academia, a war not fought with guns or armies, but with papers, grants, and reputations. It was the war to control the narrative of history itself. Archaeologists, linguists, and geologists who stumbled upon evidence that challenged the accepted timeline of civilization soon discovered that their greatest obstacle wasn't the mystery of the past. It was the machinery of modern authority. What began as innocent inquiry became a pattern of censorship, erasure, and professional ruin. And at the center of it all lay one unspoken rule. Certain discoveries must never be allowed to change history. The great cover-up didn't start overnight. It began quietly, in the early 1900s, when explorers brought back strange relics that didn't fit the conventional model. stone tools found beneath fossilized bones of extinct animals, maps showing coastlines that shouldn't exist, and inscriptions written in unknown languages. At first, the scientific community dismissed them as errors, misinterpretations, or outright frauds. But when independent researchers began to find patterns, repeating evidence of an advanced civilization predating all others, the response turned from skepticism to suppression. In 1924, British archaeologist Sir William Petrie uncovered sealed chambers beneath the temple of Seti I in Abydos, Egypt. Inside, he reportedly found artifacts and hieroglyphs depicting advanced machines, images resembling aircraft, submarines, and modern vehicles. Before his findings could be published, the Egyptian government sealed the chamber, and Petrie's personal collection vanished after his death. To this day, official tours of Abydos avoid that section of the temple. The wall carvings still exist, photographed and debated, but never acknowledged by Egyptology. A few decades later, a team of Soviet archaeologists working in the Caucasus Mountains unearthed metallic discs inscribed with microscopic writing. When word reached Moscow, the dig was abruptly halted, the site declared a restricted military zone. Officially, the artifacts were misidentified industrial waste. Yet witnesses swore the discs were sealed in rock strata dating back tens of thousands of years. Throughout the 20th century, dozens of such stories emerged, discoveries that promised to rewrite the story of human origins, only to vanish into silence. Scientists who dared to challenge orthodoxy found themselves blacklisted. Their papers were rejected, their funding cut, their careers destroyed. In 1969, American archaeologist Virginia C. McIntyre found evidence at a site in Mexico suggesting human habitation nearly 250,000 years old, far older than mainstream anthropology would allow. Her data was meticulous, her credentials impeccable, but when she refused to alter her results to fit the accepted narrative, she was branded a fraud and exiled from her field. Why such hostility? Why such fear of revision? The answer lies in the invisible structure that governs knowledge, the institutions, universities, and research bodies that decide what is true. These organizations depend on consistency, hierarchy, and control. A discovery that places civilization tens of thousands of years earlier would invalidate countless textbooks, careers, and political systems built on the idea of gradual progress. It would shatter the myth that our current society represents the pinnacle of human development. To admit a forgotten age of technological or spiritual mastery would be to admit that our ancestors were not primitives, but peers, perhaps even superiors. So the machinery of suppression turned. Museums quietly labeled anomalous artifacts as unverified. Excavation sites were nationalized under heritage protection laws. Entire archives were sealed for review. Whistleblowers reported being followed, threatened, even discredited in the press. Newspapers that once reported archaeological wonders shifted tone, mocking alternative discoveries as conspiracy. The phrase pseudoarchaeology was weaponized, not as a tool for truth, but as a barrier to it. Behind the scenes, the network of control expanded. In 1952, UNESCO established global guidelines for archaeological verification, requiring government supervision of major excavations. It sounded noble, a safeguard against looting, but it also centralized control. No longer could independent researchers freely dig. Every discovery now required official approval, which meant that inconvenient evidence could be buried before it ever reached the public. The peer review system, the pride of modern science, became a filter, one that caught and discarded anything too disruptive. Meanwhile, religious institutions had their own reason for silence. Discoveries hinting at civilizations older than 10,000 years contradicted creation timelines found in sacred texts. Powerful theological organizations lobbied quietly to prevent such data from entering school curricula. Political powers, too, found comfort in the official version of history, a narrative that portrayed humanity as primitive, weak, and dependent on authority. The more advanced our ancestors appeared, the more empowered people might feel to question those who rule them now. It wasn't just artifacts being buried, it was ideas. In the 1970s, an American engineer named John Burke began studying electromagnetic anomalies at ancient megalithic sites. He found that certain temples and stone circles emitted measurable energy fields, subtle, harmonic vibrations that corresponded to human brainwave frequencies. When he proposed that ancient structures might have been designed to interact with consciousness itself, his research was confiscated by the university that funded him. His laboratory closed. His name was erased from the project. All of these incidents form a pattern too consistent to ignore. Evidence appears. It threatens the established model. It disappears. The researchers who found are discredited, their data destroyed or reinterpreted. Over time, a handful of powerful institutions come to control the entire story of our past. What remains is a sanitized timeline, safe, profitable, unquestioned. The rest is labeled myth. But truth cannot stay buried forever. In the digital age, the cracks are widening. Leaked photographs, old manuscripts, and declassified reports continue to surface, showing fragments of discoveries long denied. Ancient ruins visible in satellite imagery, carvings depicting technologies far beyond their era, radiocarbon data quietly omitted from final reports. Each piece of suppressed evidence adds to a growing picture, one of deliberate manipulation, of a systematic effort to keep humanity in the dark about its own origins. The Great Cover-Up was never just about hiding ruins or artifacts. It was about controlling identity, ensuring that we believe we are the first, the most advanced, the chosen generation of human progress. To admit otherwise is to admit that history is cyclical, that greatness has risen and fallen before, and that we may simply be living in the shadow of giants. Those who question the official narrative are mocked, but the irony is bitter. The same system that claims to protect truth has built its fortress upon selective ignorance. Behind its walls lie the forgotten discoveries that could reconnect us with who we truly are. And while the gatekeepers guard their crumbling empire of knowledge, the sands of time continue to shift, revealing, one grain at a time, that the truth they bury will not stay hidden forever. Long before the first historian put pen to parchment, our ancestors told stories of gods who descended from the sky, luminous beings who walked among mortals, bringing knowledge, fire, and law. Every culture, from the frozen tundras of Siberia to the jungles of the Amazon, holds echoes of the same tale. They spoke of a time when humanity was not alone, when divine teachers lived side by side with mankind, guiding them in architecture, agriculture, astronomy, and language. Modern academia dismisses these as mythological archetypes, personifications of natural forces, or symbolic moral tales. But what if they are not metaphors at all? What if these gods, with a memory of an erased civilization, or visitors from realms we can scarcely comprehend, whose influence stretched across the entire ancient world? In the clay tablets of Sumer, humanity's earliest known writings, the Anunnaki are described as celestial beings who descended from the heavens to shape the destiny of humankind. They were said to have built cities, divided the earth, and taught humans the art of agriculture and kingship. According to the Epic of Gilgamesh, they walked the earth in physical form, yet wielded power beyond comprehension. The Sumerians didn't describe them as spirits or fantasies. They cataloged them, named them, and recorded their deeds with bureaucratic precision. But when scholars later reinterpreted these texts, the Anunnaki were quietly rebranded as mythical deities. The question remains, why would the first civilization in recorded history, known for its accuracy and detail, invent such elaborate fictions about beings they claimed to have personally known? In ancient Egypt, similar figures appear under different names. The Neteru, the divine beings of Nile, were said to have come from the stars before the first dynasties, bringing light to a world of chaos. The most mysterious of these was Thoth, the god of wisdom, credited with inventing writing, science, and measurement. Egyptian texts describe him not as an abstract concept, but as a living teacher, a great architect who helped rebuild the world after a great flood. Legends claim Thoth retreated to a hidden land in the west after passing his knowledge to humanity, a veiled reference, perhaps, to the same lost civilization whose remnants rest beneath our oceans and deserts. Across the ocean, in the high Andes, the Viracochas filled a similar role. Described as tall, bearded figures with pale skin and flowing robes, they emerged from the sea after a cataclysm, rebuilding civilization and teaching people to farm, measure the stars, and quarry stone. The Inca called them gods, but the Viracochas themselves called their teachings the knowledge of the ancients. In Central America, The Maya revered Kukulkan, the feathered serpent who came from the sky to impart wisdom, while the Aztecs worshiped his counterpart Quetzalcoatl, the Shining One, who promised a return. Different continents, different languages, the same story. Even in distant Asia, the echoes persist. The Devas and Asuras of the Vedic scriptures, the sons of the gods of Chinese legend, and the star-born founders of Japan's imperial line all share the same origin motif. Celestial teachers descending to civilize a broken world after a deluge. The Popol Vuh of the Maya, the Rig Veda of India, and the Book of Enoch all describe beings of light who mingle with humans, taught forbidden sciences, and then vanished when humanity fell into corruption. Their departure always marks the end of the Golden Age, the beginning of darkness and amnesia. The consistency of these myths across cultures that had no contact with one another is uncanny. Skeptics attribute this to cultural convergence, the universal human tendency to invent gods that mirror natural forces. But these myths contain technical details that ancient people should not have known. Descriptions of planetary alignments, cosmic cycles, and even the precession of equinoxes. Phenomena measurable only with advanced astronomy. How could illiterate tribes possess knowledge that would not be rediscovered until the Renaissance? Perhaps these gods were not supernatural at all, but members of a vanished advanced civilization, survivors of the world before the Great Flood. To the scattered remnants of humanity, traumatized and primitive, their technology would have appeared divine. A luminous torch might become the fire of the gods. A flying craft might be remembered as a chariot of light. A communication device could be reimagined as a talking jewel or voice of heaven. Over generations, their memory would transform into mythology, their machines into miracles. But another, darker interpretation has emerged, one that suggests these beings were not survivors of an ancient human race, but visitors from beyond the earth itself. Ancient astronaut theorists argue that the similarities in myth, architecture, and astronomy are not coincidence, but evidence of extraterrestrial contact. They point to the Dogon tribe of Mali, who knew of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, thousands of years before telescopes existed. The Dogon claimed their ancestors were taught by beings from that very system, known as the Namo, who came down in ships that glowed like the sun. The same motifs appear in ancient Sumer, Egypt, and Mesoamerica, gods descending from the sky, promising enlightenment, and leaving behind monumental architecture aligned with the stars. Yet, whether these beings were interstellar travelers or the remnants of a forgotten human epic, one fact remains constant. They were erased, their temples buried, their symbols demonized, their names twisted by later empires. The Church of the Middle Ages declared them fallen angels. Enlightenment scholars labeled them fables. Modern academics refuse to even consider their existence. But the evidence, the architecture, the mythological continuity, the unexplained scientific precision, refuses to disappear. In the temples of Angkor Wat, carvings depict figures riding serpentine crafts through the clouds. In the ancient city of Abydos, hieroglyphs show images of what look unmistakably like helicopters, submarines, and aircraft. The Maya left behind codices filled with astronomical data so accurate it still guides modern predictions. The Incas, though officially Stone Age, engineered stonework so perfect that it behaves like living geometry. These are not coincidences. They are remnants of a global legacy. The gods of myth may have been flesh and blood, rulers of civilization so vast it spanned oceans and epics. When their world fell, they became legends, remembered only in sacred texts and half-buried stone. Their names differ, but their story is one. They came to teach, to elevate, and when humanity lost its way, they withdrew, leaving only temples that hum with energy and constellations that mirror their descent. Today, as we rediscover fragments of their world, we face the same questions our ancestors once asked. Who were these beings? Why did they come? And perhaps most haunting of all, will they ever return? Because if every ancient culture remembers their arrival, then perhaps their disappearance was never the end of the story, merely the silence before the next chapter. And as the stars move once more into their ancient alignments, the same as they were at the dawn of forgotten age, maybe humanity stands again at the threshold of remembering the gods who once walked among us. Every civilization on Earth carries a memory of a time when the world drowned. It echoes through scripture, myth, and song, the flood that erased everything. Whether it's a story of Noah in the Bible, Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Manu in the Vedas, or Deucalion in Greek lore, the message is the same. A deluge came from the heavens, sweeping away a great civilization, leaving only fragments of what once was. Scholars often dismiss these tales as allegories, moral fables meant to teach humility. Yet, the more we study the earth itself, the clearer it becomes that these stories may not be myth at all, but records of an actual cataclysm, one so immense it reset the clock of humanity. The evidence lies hidden not in libraries, but in stone, ice, and sediment. Geological records show that around 12,800 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, something extraordinary happened. Global temperatures spiked, glaciers melted with terrifying speed, and sea levels rose more than 400 feet. This event, known to geologists as the Younger Dryas boundary, marks a moment of massive climate disruption, a sudden return to near glacial conditions followed by equally abrupt warming. Something struck the planet, releasing energy equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs. A comet impact? A solar flare? Or something more mysterious? Whatever it was, it erased entire coastlines, flooded continents, and plunged the world into chaos. When sea levels rose, they swallowed the low-lying cities that had thrived along ancient shores. The evidence of their existence now rests hundreds of feet underwater. In places like the Gulf of Cambay in India, the Bimini Road near the Bahamas, and the submerged ruins off Japan's Yonaguni coast. If the legends are to be believed, these were once the shining centers of the lost world. The cities of the gods, the great civilizations before the flood. Their remnants now rest beneath the waves, unreachable to all but the most daring explorers. Ancient texts from every culture describe the same sequence of events, a warning, a disaster, and survival of the chosen few. In the Book of Enoch, celestial beings warn humanity of a coming storm that will wash away the corruption of the earth. The Mayan Popova speaks of a previous world, destroyed by water after humans forgot their creators. The Hopi people in North America remember the destruction of the Third World by flood, followed by the migration of survivors guided by the stars to rebuild anew. Even in ancient China, Emperor Yu the Great is said to have tamed a deluge that reshaped the land. How could stories from civilizations separated by oceans share such detail, unless they were all remembering the same event? For centuries, mainstream archaeologists have avoided this question, fearing where it might lead. But in recent decades, new research has breathed life into the legend. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis proposes that a massive cosmic explosion, likely fragments of a disintegrating comet, struck the northern hemisphere around 10,800 B.C. Nanodiamonds, microspherules, and shock quartz found across North America and Europe mark a layer of instant devastation. The explosion would have ignited forests, vaporized ice sheets, and unleashed colossal tsunamis. In a single generation, the planet's climate changed, species vanished, and survivors face a new, harsher world. If a civilization had existed before the catastrophe, one capable of building megaliths, mapping the stars, or harnessing lost forms of energy, its destruction would have been total. The survivors, scattered and traumatized, would have carried fragments of knowledge into the new age, becoming the seeds of the later first civilizations we recognize today. Göbekli Tepe, suddenly appearing around this time, could have been a desperate attempt of survivors to preserve their memory in stone, an ark not of wood, but of architecture. The flood was not merely a natural disaster. It was a great erasure, a cosmic reset that buried our origins beneath mud and myth. And yet, the survivors never forgot. They encoded their story in temples, calendars, and oral traditions. The Sumerians spoke of Eridu, the first city founded by the gods after the deluge. The Egyptians called their survivors the followers of Horus, who arrived from a land destroyed by water. The Maya traced their lineage to the people of the serpent, who came from across the sea. Everywhere, the same refrain. The world drowned, and from the flood emerged a remnant who carried the light of a vanished age. Modern science, ironically, is beginning to confirm what ancient myth has always known. Deep-sea cores reveal layers of flood-deposited silt exactly where the stories say the waters rose. Meltwater pulses have been identified by glaciologists, catastrophic bursts of fresh water from collapsing ice sheets that raised sea levels globally. The Black Sea, once a freshwater lake, was suddenly inundated by the Mediterranean, an event some believe inspired the story of Noah. Even Plato's tale of Atlantis, long dismissed as allegory, describes a great empire swallowed in a single day and night of misfortune, roughly at the same time as the Younger Dryas. Yet for all this evidence, the flood myth remains taboo in academic circles. Why? Because to accept it as literal history would mean acknowledging that civilization is far older than we've been told. It would mean that humans, or something like humans, built cities, mapped the heavens, and harnessed power long before Sumer, Egypt, or Babylon. It would mean that our story didn't begin in the cradle of civilization, but in its grave. Some researchers go further, suggesting that the deluge wasn't an accident at all. Ancient writings hint at the flood as a judgment, a deliberate act, a cleansing. Were the gods who walked among men responsible? Did humanity, in its arrogance, provoke its own destruction? Myths from Sumer, Mesoamerica, and Polynesia all describe advanced beings warning humanity to repent, to stop using forbidden knowledge. When the warnings were ignored, the skies opened and the waters came. In this interpretation, the flood was not only the end of an age, but a warning to future generations, a message carved in legend to remind us that power without wisdom leads to ruin. The earth itself may have played its part, resetting the balance in a cosmic cycle of renewal. The survivors who rebuilt civilization understood this truth deeply, encoding it in their myths, their temples, and their calendars. Perhaps that is why so many ancient monuments align with celestial cycles. They are not merely calendars, but reminders, countdowns to cosmic rhythms that govern the rise and fall of worlds. The flood was one such reset. And if time is cyclical, not linear, then another may one day come. For now, the scars of the deluge remain hidden beneath ocean waves and ice cores, beneath stories recited by firelight. But in those ancient tales, our ancestors were not speaking metaphorically. They were remembering. They were warning us. The flood that erased the world was not the end of humanity. It was the end of memory. And as the waters receded, a new humanity emerged, staring at a sun that felt strangely familiar in a world that seemed ancient even then. The survivors carried with them whispers of gods and stars, of machines that hummed and towers that sang, the echoes of forgotten civilization that vanished beneath the waves. And though their cities are gone, their story endures, waiting, like the ruins beneath the sea, to be uncovered once again. After the waters of the great flood receded, the world was silent. The old order had drowned beneath the waves, and the few survivors who remained stood among the ruins of a broken earth. Their cities were gone, their knowledge scattered, their gods silent. Yet in the ashes of that catastrophe, something remarkable began, the slow reawakening of memory. Across the world, in distant corners separated by oceans and mountains, the survivors of the deluge emerged, a remnant who carried fragments of the wisdom of the lost age. They became the teachers, the builders, the mythic ancestors of every civilization that would rise again. These survivors were not kings or warriors. They were the keepers of knowledge, the last guardians of an ancient science that the flood could not completely erase. Wherever they went, they built in stone. They carved the heavens into architecture, encoded geometry into temples, and passed their secrets through symbols and rituals. And though their names have faded from history, their fingerprints are everywhere, from the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, from the mountains of Anatolia to the islands of Pacific. In Egypt, they were known as the followers of Horus, a mysterious brotherhood said to have arrived from a land destroyed by water. Egyptian priests told Herodotus that before the first pharaohs, a line of divine beings ruled Egypt for thousands of years, rebuilding it from the ruins of an older age. The Great Sphinx, worn smooth by centuries of rain long before the Sahara was a desert, may have been their monument, a relic of a civilization that remembered the flood and sought to preserve what it could. The pyramid builders who came after were not its inventors, but its inheritors. Far to the east, in the Indus Valley, the rishis of Vedic tradition spoke of Manu, the first man who survived the flood and was guided by the gods to repopulate the world. Manu was not merely a survivor. He was a transmitter of cosmic law. The texts describe how he carried with him the knowledge of the cycles, the blueprint of creation itself. The hymns of the Rig Veda hint at a society already ancient at the time of its writing, one that recalled the destruction of earlier worlds and the rebuilding that followed. In the highlands of Peru, the Viracochas reappeared. According to Incan legend, these tall, bearded strangers emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca after the Great Deluge, carrying staffs of gold and knowledge of the stars. They taught the local tribes to plant, to measure the heavens, to quarry stone, and to build temples aligned with the cosmos. When their work was complete, they departed, promising to return when the world was ready. Their cities, Tiahuanaco, Pumapunku, are remnants of that rebirth, impossibly old, impossibly precise. On distant islands, the pattern repeats. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Wairo, a god who led survivors across the seas to new lands. Polynesian navigators remember Tauroa, the creator who emerged from the cosmic shell after the flood, teaching humanity to sail by the stars. The Dogon of Mali in Africa tell of amphibious beings called the Namo who came from the heavens after a world-ending catastrophe to restore order. The names change, but the story remains the same, a handful of enlightened beings rebuilding civilization in the wake of apocalypse. What did these survivors preserve? They carried fragments of technology disguised as legend, the measurement of time, the geometry of the earth, the mapping of the heavens. Everywhere they went, they reintroduced agriculture, astronomy, and architecture as sacred sciences. The same stellar alignments found in the pyramids of Egypt appear in the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the temples of Mexico, and the megaliths of Britain. The constellations Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades, serve as their celestial compass, linking these reborn cultures in a single cosmic language. To ordinary people, these survivors must have seemed like gods, beings with powers and knowledge beyond comprehension. But to those who study their legacy, they appear as something more poignant. The last heirs of civilization struggling to keep the flame of memory alive in a darkened world. They could not rebuild their machines or reforge their lost energy systems, but they can encode their wisdom in stone, in myths that would survive where metal could not. Archaeologists puzzle over why megalithic architecture appears suddenly and simultaneously around the world around 10,000 years ago, as if knowledge erupted out of nowhere. But the survivors knew they were not inventing, they were remembering. Göbekli Tepe, with its carved pillars of celestial animals, was one of their first sanctuaries, a map of the sky preserved in stone. Stonehenge, with its solar alignments, was another echo. The temples of Angkor, laid out in the pattern of the constellation Draco, continue the same pattern, a worldwide effort to immortalize the heavens after the earth had drowned. But time has a way of eroding memory. Over generations, the teachings of the survivors became rituals. Their science turned to superstition, their technology mythologized as magic. The sacred harmonics of energy became chants. The geometry of resonance became religion. Humanity remembered the shape of the knowledge, but not its function. By the time the next wave of civilizations rose, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus, the survivors' descendants were no longer gods. They were priests, astronomers, and philosophers, shadows of their ancestors' brilliance. Still, fragments of their wisdom endured. The ancient obsession with cycles, the yugas of India, the ages of the Greeks, the sons of the Aztecs, all reflect a memory of recurring catastrophe. The survivors tried to warn their descendants that history was not linear but cyclical, that floods, fires, and cosmic resets would come again. They encoded this warning in calendars, constellations, and sacred architecture. Every pyramid, every temple, every stone circle was a clock, a countdown marking the return of the same cosmic forces that once erased the world. Some say these survivors retreated into isolation, deep beneath the earth, to the mountains of Tibet, or beneath the oceans themselves, forming hidden enclaves where they preserved what little they could of their science. Legends from Tibet speak of Shambhala, a hidden kingdom where ancient masters dwell, watching over humanity until the next awakening. South American myths describe Paititi, a golden city lost in the rainforest, home to those who fled the flood. Even in Western esoteric tradition, whispers of hidden adepts or brotherhoods of the dawn trace their lineage back to these same survivors. They are the ghosts of the forgotten age, the bridge between the world that was and the world that came after. Their legacy is written not just in stone, but in our very instincts, our longing for lost perfection, our fascination with the stars, our intuition that we've lived this story before. They were the carriers of light across the flood's darkness, the torchbearers of memory too sacred to die. And perhaps they are still among us, not as immortals, but as the spark of remembrance that drives humanity to explore, to question, to build again. The survivors of the deluge are not just figures of legend. They are our ancestors, our teachers, and perhaps the silent architects of our destiny. For every time humanity forgets, they whisper from the ruins, "We have fallen before, and we can rise again." Across the world, etched into stone and carved into the bones of forgotten temples, lies a hidden language, one that transcends continents, cultures, and time. It speaks in spirals, serpents, eyes, and suns. It hums through geometry, repeating in megaliths, pottery, and sacred art, long before the alphabet, before ink touched papyrus. The ancient spoken symbols, a universal code that whispered truths too vast to contain in words. But who first devised these signs? And why do they appear everywhere, from the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, drawn by peoples who, according to history, never met? The mystery begins with the spiral, the oldest and most pervasive of all ancient symbols. It winds across stones in Ireland's Newgrange Passage tomb, circles the pillars of Malta's temples, and curls on pottery in the American Southwest. It appears again in Peru's Nazca lines, sprawling miles across the desert floor. To archaeologists, it's merely decoration. But to ancient people, the spiral represented life itself, the unfolding of creation, the cycles of time, the path of the sun and stars. It symbolized energy, a force that moves inward and outward, the eternal pulse of the universe. In the lost world before the flood, it may have meant something even greater. The vibration of life, the sacred frequency of creation itself. Then there's the serpent, winding its way through mythologies as the embodiment of power and wisdom. The serpent carved in stone at Angkor Wat, the twin snakes of the Mesoamerican Quetzalcoatl, the coiled naga of India, and the feathered serpent of the Maya all share a single essence. In Egypt, the serpent men coiled around the sun god Ra, protecting him as he journeyed through the underworld each night. In ancient art, serpents often spiral, echoing the same form as galaxies' DNA and sound waves. The ancients may not have known the modern language of physics or biology, yet through intuition or inheritance, they encoded the universe's hidden structure, the spiral energy that exists in all living things. The eye, too, gazes across history. The eye of Horus in Egypt, the third eye of Hinduism, the all-seeing eye of Freemasonry. Different names for the same symbol of perception, consciousness, and enlightenment. In ancient temples, the eye was not merely a representation of divinity, but a reminder of human potential, the capacity to see beyond the physical, to awaken to higher knowledge. Could it be that this symbol was once literal, a memory of a civilization that developed psychic or energetic sight, the ability to perceive vibrations invisible to ordinary senses? The recurrence of the eye in sacred art hints at a deeper understanding of consciousness, one we are only beginning to rediscover through modern science. The sun appears everywhere as well, in petroglyphs, temples, and crowns. It was a giver of life, but also the keeper of time. Ancient people tracked its movements with astonishing accuracy, aligning their monuments to solstices and equinoxes. Yet the sun's role in these symbols was not just astronomical. It represented the source, the ultimate energy, the divine spark that animates all things. In lost civilizations, this may have been more than metaphor. They may have understood the sun as a generator of cosmic energy, a gateway between worlds, a resonance field that connected spirit and matter. When researchers map the spread of these symbols across continents, a strange pattern emerges. They form a network, as if connected by an invisible thread of knowledge that predates recorded history. The spiral, serpent, eye, and sun, for primal archetypes, appear together in countless sacred sites. They decorate the walls of the pyramids, the lintels of Mayan temples, the dolmens of Europe, and the carvings of the Dogon. The same geometric relationships reappear: the flower of life, the vesica piscis, the cross within the circle. These are not coincidences. They are the remnants of a global symbolic language, one born from a single mother civilization that once spanned the earth. Modern researchers call this archetypal convergence, but to those who study forbidden history, it is evidence of deliberate transmission. The survivors of the deluge, those who rebuilt after the flood, may have used these symbols as a kind of code, a way to preserve sacred knowledge across generations and cultures. Symbols could not be burned or mistranslated. Their meanings could survive even as languages and empires rose and fell. A spiral carved into rock in Ireland could still speak to a pyramid priest in Egypt or a shaman in Peru. Each would understand its resonance, not through words, but through intuition. But what if these symbols are not just cultural artifacts? What if they are technological blueprints? Ancient architecture seems to suggest this. The flower of life pattern etched into the granite walls of the Temple of Osiris in Abydos mirrors the geometry of energy fields. The same pattern describes magnetic fields, sound waves, and even the structure of space-time. To the ancients, geometry was sacred not because it was abstract, but because it described the architecture of the cosmos. Every circle, triangle, and spiral held power. To carve them into stone was to invoke forces beyond comprehension, to create harmony between earth and the heavens. The serpent and the spiral may have represented the same principle in different forms. Energy in motion. The eye represented awareness of that energy. The sun was the source. Together, they formed a cosmological equation, a unified model of creation expressed in symbols instead of science. The temples of the old world were not churches in the modern sense. They were energy resonators, built according to these principles. Their decorations were not merely aesthetic but functional, a vibrational language encoding the frequency of the universe itself. Over time, as knowledge decayed and the survivors' wisdom became myth, these symbols were absorbed into religion and superstition. The serpent, once a symbol of divine wisdom, was recast as evil in later texts. The eye, once a sign of enlightenment, became the evil eye. The sun, once sacred, became anthropomorphized into gods of fire and wrath. The language of energy was forgotten, replaced by the language of faith and fear. Yet, even buried beneath millennia of distortion, the original meaning never vanished completely. Mystics, alchemists, and secret societies preserved fragments of it, passing the symbols down through the centuries, from Egyptian temples to Masonic lodges, from Sumerian tablets to Renaissance manuscripts. Today, these same symbols continue to surface in art, in architecture, in science itself. The double helix of DNA mirrors the serpent's coil. The spiral galaxies above echo the same shape found in Neolithic carvings. The toroidal fields that describe energy flow in physics replicate the ancient glyphs of suns and eyes. It's as though the universe itself speaks this language, and our ancestors simply recorded what they saw. The question remains, how did they know? How did the builders of megaliths, who supposedly lived without metal tools or written records, grasp the secrets of energy, vibration, and geometry that our scientists are only now beginning to rediscover? The answer may lie in the very symbols they left behind. These weren't decorations. They were instructions. The ancients weren't worshiping their gods. They were communicating with the cosmos. And perhaps that's the true reason this language was buried, because it offers liberation. To understand it fully is to realize that all life, all matter, all consciousness are connected by the same sacred geometry. It is a truth that undermines the hierarchies of religion and power. A truth that says the divine is not above us, but within us. The ancients tried to preserve that truth in the only way they could, by carving it into stone. And though time, flood, and empire conspired to silence their voices, their symbols endure, quietly pulsing across millennia. They are the fingerprints of the forgotten ones, the last message of civilization that spoke not with words, but with the language of eternity. The serpent still coils, the spiral still turns, the eye still watches, and the sun still burns. The code is everywhere, waiting for those who remember how to read it. Somewhere deep beneath the dust of ages, buried in the forgotten ruins of a world older than our own, lies a language that no one can read. It is neither hieroglyphic nor cuneiform, neither pictographic nor phonetic. It is carved into stone, inscribed on tablets, etched into metal, and sometimes even burned into crystal, a script that defies every known linguistic pattern. Archaeologists call it undeciphered writing. But among those who study forbidden history, It is known by another name, the language of the first civilization. The most famous example of this mystery is the Indus Valley script, discovered on thousands of seals and tablets across modern-day India and Pakistan, dated to at least 3,500 BC, but possibly much older. It remains completely unreadable. The symbols, often arranged in perfect symmetry, show animals, celestial forms, and abstract markings that resemble constellations or electrical circuits. Some researchers claim it a proto-language, others that it's a system of sacred signs meant only for ritual. Yet the more it is studied, the clearer it becomes that it doesn't fit any known linguistic family. It seems to have no ancestors, no descendants, no evolution. It simply appears, fully formed, sophisticated, and universal in its design. Then there's the Rongo script of Easter Island, carved into wooden tablets using reverse booster feed-on, a complex method where each line alternates direction. The Rapa Nui people claimed it was a writing of the gods, inherited from an earlier time when sky beings taught them to record their history. But when missionaries arrived, the last readers were killed or enslaved, and the knowledge vanished overnight. To this day, no one has successfully deciphered Rongorongo. Yet its symbols bear an uncanny resemblance to markings found on stones in Peru, the Indus Valley, and even the Sahara, thousands of miles apart. The Vinca symbols of southeastern Europe are even older, carved into pottery over 7,000 years ago, predating Sumerian cuneiform by millennia. Scholars cannot agree whether they constitute writing, art, or something entirely different. But what's undeniable is their consistency. Repeated signs, orderly sequences, deliberate structure. They suggest not mere decoration, but communication. How could separate cultures, the Vinca in Europe, the Indus in Asia, the Olmecs in Mesoamerica, all create symbol systems that mirror one another across time and distance? Unless, perhaps, they inherited them from a single source, an older, global civilization whose language was lost in the flood. Ancient legends speak of such a language. In Sumerian myth, it was called the language of the gods, the tongue spoken before the Tower of Babel fractured human communication. Egyptian priests referred to it as Midun Neter, the words of the divine. In the Hindu Vedas, it was the Vak, the primordial sound from which creation itself emerged. The Greeks called it the Logos. In every case, it is described not merely as speech, but as a form of power, a vibrational code capable of shaping reality itself. Could this lost script have been more than language? Could it have been technology? Modern science now recognizes that vibration and frequency affect matter. Sound can shape sand into perfect geometry. Resonance can alter physical structure. The ancients may have understood this intimately. The language of the first civilization may not have been written to be read with the eyes, but felt a vibrational key, a form of sound-based communication that interacted directly with energy and consciousness. Some esoteric scholars suggest that the undeciphered symbols we find across the globe are remnants of that system, fragments of an ancient science that used form, sound, and frequency to manipulate both mind and matter. To the uninitiated, it appears as writing. To those who knew its secret, it was the universe's programming language. The spirals, crosses, and waveforms carved into ancient temples may have once been literal instructions, resonant blueprints that tuned the very stones to vibrate in harmony with the earth. Interestingly, these lost scripts often appear alongside depictions of celestial events, star alignments, eclipses, planetary conjunctions. In the Indus Valley seals, for instance, several symbols resemble modern astronomical glyphs, though they predate known astrology by thousands of years. The Rongorongo tablets include images that align with the Pleiades and Orion. Could these languages have been a kind of cosmic notation, used to record star movements and energy cycles, a bridge between heaven and earth? Even stranger, many of these mysterious inscriptions share mathematical consistency. Ratios embedded in their spacing correspond to the same golden proportion found in megalithic architecture. Their geometric patterns mirror the harmonics of sound waves. The Vinca symbols, for example, appear to follow Fibonacci sequences in their arrangement, a pattern later used in sacred geometry. Were these languages designed to resonate with universal laws rather than human convention? The Phaistos disc, found on the island of Crete, deepens the mystery. Pressed into clay over 3,500 years ago, It features a spiraling sequence of stamped symbols unlike anything else in the ancient world. Scholars have compared it to hieroglyphs, to cuneiform, even early alphabets, but it matches none of them. Its layout, a spiral moving from the outer rim inward, may represent time collapsing, a symbolic journey from chaos to creation. Some believe it was a ritual object meant to encode sound frequencies, a harmonic chant preserved in clay. Others claim it was a recording, a physical imprint of words one sung rather than spoken. Then there's the Coso artifact, a small ceramic cylinder discovered inside a geode in California in 1961. When sliced open, it revealed a corroded metallic coil embedded inside, surrounded by an insulating sheath, resembling a spark plug. Tests suggest the surrounding rock was at least 500,000 years old. The artifact disappeared shortly after its discovery, dismissed as contamination. Yet even if it were a hoax, it fits a recurring theme that ancient knowledge, technology, and language were once intertwined. Why, then, have these languages resisted decoding? Because they were not meant to be translated through logic alone. Like music, they operated on resonance, their meanings conveyed through rhythm and vibration rather than grammar. A symbol, a pattern, a sound, these were the syllables of creation. The ancients may have known what modern science is only beginning to rediscover, that the universe is not built from matter, but from frequency. As civilizations fell and memory faded, the sacred language fractured. Its symbols became letters, its vibrations turned into words. What was once a science of sound became superstition, religion, and prayer. The priests of Egypt still use fragments of it in their rituals. The Druids of Europe whispered remnants in their chants. Even the Hebrew Kabbalah and Sanskrit mantras preserve echoes of the original frequencies. Every sacred syllable, Om, Aum, Amen, may be the fossil of a forgotten linguistic technology. Imagine, for a moment, if that original language were rediscovered, not just its symbols, but its sound. If vibration truly governs matter, then those who understood the right frequencies could alter reality itself. They could heal, destroy, or even create. Perhaps that is why the knowledge was lost, or hidden. A civilization that mastered such a language could become as gods. And when their pride led to catastrophe, the survivors may have sealed it away, ensuring that future humanity would have to earn its rediscovery. Today, as artificial intelligence decodes dead languages in quantum physics, explores the sound of atoms, we may be closer than ever to rediscovering this ancient code. Each new fragment, each seal, each tablet, each pattern of resonance, is another syllable of a message written not just to the past, but to us. The lost language of the ancients still speaks, in whispers of stone and vibration. We may not yet understand its syntax, but somewhere in the rhythm of the earth, in the hum of temples, the pulse of megaliths, and the resonance of the human voice, the words of forgotten civilizations still echo. We spoke in light. We wrote in sound. We built in harmony with the stars. And perhaps, when we learn to listen again, the silence of the undeciphered will finally reveal what has been saying all along. In the ancient world, the heavens were not a mystery to be admired. They were a map to be read, a language that guided life, death, and destiny. Every temple, pyramid, and stone circle ever built seems to whisper the same truth. The ancients knew the stars, not as distant pinpricks of light, but as living markers of time, power, and cosmic order. Across continents and millennia, civilizations separated by oceans constructed monuments that aligned perfectly with the movement of the sun, the moon, and the constellations. But how could people who supposedly lacked telescopes, compasses, or even written mathematics possess such astronomical precision? And why did so many of them believe the stars were the home of their gods? When night falls over the Giza Plateau, the Great Pyramid of Khufu stands in silent alignment with the cosmos. Its four sides are oriented to true north with an accuracy of less than 1/20th of a degree, a feat modern engineers can barely replicate without digital instruments. The three pyramids of Giza mirror the exact pattern of the stars in Orion's belt, and shafts inside the Great Pyramid point directly to the ancient positions of Orion and Sirius, the dog star. The Egyptians themselves called Orion Sa, the celestial manifestation of Osiris, god of resurrection, and believed that the pharaoh's soul would ascend through those shafts to join the stars. This wasn't coincidence. It was engineering built upon cosmic understanding. The same knowledge shines through other ancient cultures. The Mayans of Central America, without telescopes or written equations, tracked the 584-day cycle of Venus with an error margin of less than 2 hours. Their entire calendar, a masterpiece of interlocking cycles, was based on planetary orbits, solar solstices, and the precession of the equinoxes. They built cities like Chichen Itza with temples aligned to the movements of sun. On the equinox, sunlight slithers down the staircase of the Pyramid of Kukulkan in the form of a serpent shadow. That is not architecture. That is cosmic choreography. In the Andes, the megalithic fortress of Sacsayhuaman and the sacred city of Machu Picchu are perfectly aligned with solstices, cardinal directions, and constellations visible only in specific epochs. Some of these alignments correspond to star positions from more than 12,000 years ago, long before the official rise of Andean civilization. In ancient Britain, Stonehenge served as a colossal observatory, marking both lunar and solar cycles with an accuracy rivaling modern calendars. In Cambodia, Angkor, what mirrors the constellation Draco, frozen in stone as the sky appeared in 10,500 BC, the same celestial era encoded into the layout of Giza. Across the ancient world, this pattern repeats like a cosmic signature. The Temple of Karnak in Egypt, aligned with the solstice sunrise. The Temple of Apollo in Delphi, built upon the 19-year lunar cycle. The Nabta Playa stone circle in the Nubian desert, a prehistoric observatory older than Stonehenge by 2 millennia. Even the city plans of Teotihuacan in Mexico follow astronomical geometry. Its central avenue tilted 5 degrees east of north to align with the setting of the Pleiades. How could so many civilizations, independent of each other, possess the same celestial knowledge, unless they were inheriting it from a shared origin far older than history remembers? Modern archaeology explains this as primitive stargazing, but these alignments are far too complex to be the product of guesswork. The precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes nearly 26,000 years to complete, was encoded in monuments worldwide. The Sphinx faces due east, toward the rising sun of the equinox, and geological evidence suggests it predates dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. Its leonine form perfectly corresponds to the constellation Leo as it appeared around 10,500 BC, the same epoch preserved in Angkor in Giza. This date, repeated across civilizations, points to a memory, perhaps of the lost world destroyed by the Great Flood. To the ancients, astronomy was not separate from spirituality. It was spirituality. The stars were not distant objects but divine intelligences, part of a cosmic mechanism that governed life on Earth. The Egyptians called it Mat, the harmony of the universe. The Sumerians described it as the heavenly tablets, where the destinies of men were written. The Maya referred to it as Hunab Ku, the great galactic heart. Every culture saw humanity as a reflection of the cosmos. As above, so below. The architecture of their temples mirrored the heavens, grounding celestial energy into stone. To walk through those sacred sites was to walk through the geometry of creation itself. Consider Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple, buried deliberately more than 12,000 years ago. Its T-shaped pillars are engraved with constellations, scorpions, vultures, and lions, representing the night sky of 10,950 BCE. Recent studies show that its carvings may commemorate a catastrophic comet impact, the very event that triggered the Younger Dryas flood. It's as if the builders encoded their own destruction in stone, preserving a warning for future generations. If Göbekli Tepe's astronomers were indeed survivors of that cataclysm, their knowledge was a remnant of a civilization that had already mastered the heavens. Ancient texts corroborate this cosmic awareness. The Book of Enoch describes angels teaching early humans the laws of the luminaries, the secret mechanics of the sun, moon, and stars. The Vedas speak of Devas, who rode upon the chariots of skies, measuring the heavens with divine instruments. The Popol Vuh recounts gods who place the stars in precise order so that mankind might remember. Even Plato, in Timaeus, writes that the Creator designed the soul of the world from harmonic ratios derived from celestial movement. Every one of these traditions, Sumerian, Egyptian, Vedic, Greek, Mayan, speaks of cosmic knowledge as inheritance, not invention. Modern astronomers might marvel at the mathematical sophistication hidden in these monuments, But to the ancients, this knowledge was sacred duty. They believed that by aligning their cities and temples with the stars, they were maintaining balance between heaven and earth. When the sky shifted, when the stars moved out of alignment, it signaled the end of an age, a cosmic reset. This belief in cyclical time permeates every ancient tradition. The Hindu yugas, the Mayan suns, the Egyptian Zep Tepi, all refer to vast cosmic cycles governed by celestial motion, and all war destruction when humanity forgets its connection to the stars. Could it be that these alignments were not only symbolic, but technological? Some researchers suggest that ancient temples functioned as resonance systems, structures that captured and amplified cosmic frequencies. If the ancients understood the electromagnetic and vibrational nature of celestial energy, their monuments may have acted as receivers, synchronizing human consciousness with the universe itself. The alignment to Orion or Sirius wasn't just ritual. It was a calibration, a tuning of Earth's energy grid to the stars. Even in modern times, we sense this power. Standing inside the Great Pyramid or beneath Stonehenge at dawn, people report a strange stillness, an electric awareness, as though the stones themselves hum with cosmic resonance. Perhaps that is what the ancients sought, not worship, but communion. To them, the stars were teachers, reminders of their divine origin. Humanity, they believed, was born of the heavens and destined to return there, not metaphorically, but literally. Yet somewhere along the way, that knowledge was lost. The alignment between man and cosmos was broken. The survivors of the flood tried to preserve it, encoding their astronomical science into myth and monument. But as centuries passed, their message faded into legend. Religion replaced knowledge. The stars became symbols, their meaning forgotten. But the monuments remain, silent, unblinking, eternal, still marking the same alignments, still pointing to the same truths. And now, as modern science peers deeper into space, it begins to echo the wisdom of the ancients. Quantum physics reveals that everything in the universe is interconnected by vibration. Astrophysicists discover that galactic energy cycles may influence planetary climates. Cosmologists speak of the universe as a living organism, a cosmic mind. What ancient priests once knew through intuition and geometry, modern science is rediscovering through mathematics. The sky alignments are more than coincidence. They are the remnants of forgotten science, a celestial code left by those who understood that the stars are the mirrors of the soul. The ancients built their temples not only to track the heavens, but to remind us of our origin. We are made of stardust, born of the same light that shines from Orion and Sirius. And perhaps the reason their monuments still align with those stars is because they were never merely looking upward. They were pointing home. When we look up at the same constellations that guided them, we are seeing what they saw, the cosmic memory of a civilization that refused to be forgotten. And maybe that was their ultimate message, that even after floods, wars, and the erasure of time, the heavens would remain, a silent record of who we once were, and a map to who we can become again. Far beneath the surface of the world's oceans, hidden beneath waves and centuries of silence, lie the ruins of cities that should not exist, drowned metropolises that predate known civilization by millennia. They rest beneath coral reefs, buried in silt and secrecy, as if the earth itself conspired to hide their memory. But every year, as sonar scans and deep-sea expeditions push the boundaries of discovery, more evidence surfaces, vast structures, geometric walls, temples, and pyramids now sleeping in the cold embrace of the deep. These underwater ruins are the most haunting witnesses of all, because they tell a story of a world that once thrived on coastlines now lost to the sea, and a cataclysm that erased it almost overnight. The most famous of these forgotten cities lies off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument. In 1986, a diver named Kihachiro Aratake descended beneath the waters near Yonaguni Island and found what he first thought was a natural rock formation. But as he swam closer, disbelief turned to awe. Before him rose a colossal staircase carved from stone, with terraces, platforms, and precision-cut right angles that looked unmistakably artificial. Entire corridors stretched out beneath the waves, leading to what appeared to be an amphitheater. The steps were so perfectly formed that no geologic process could explain them. Further exploration revealed carvings, faces, animals, even symbols etched into the walls. The site spanned over 300 feet and plunged more than 75 feet deep. Geologists dated submersion to roughly 10,000 years ago, exactly when global sea levels surged at the end of the last ice age. Japanese researchers were divided. Some claimed the formation was natural, shaped by tectonic shifts. Others, including marine geologist Dr. Masaaki Kimura, insisted it was man-made, a submerged city belonging to a forgotten culture that vanished when the seas rose. He found evidence of tool marks, stone roads, and even pyramidal structures connecting multiple sites around the island chain. When skeptics argued that such sophistication was impossible for ancient humans, Kimura posed a chilling question. Then who built it? Thousands of miles away, in the Gulf of Cambay off the coast of India, another mystery lurks beneath the waters. In 2001, sonar scans revealed vast geometric patterns stretching across 5 miles of seabed. Grids of streets, foundations, and walls that form an unmistakably urban layout. Diverse retrieved pottery shards, sculptures, and even human bones. Radiocarbon dating place them at roughly 9,500 years old, older than any known civilization, older even than Sumer or Egypt. Indian archaeologists drive as R. Rao, who led the investigation, called it the Indian Atlantis. But soon after the discovery, the project was halted. The official explanation? Insufficient evidence. The data, however, was never disproven, only silenced. Off the coast of Cuba, between Havana and the Yucatan Peninsula, lies perhaps the most astonishing underwater anomaly of all. In 2001, a team using advanced sonar detected massive symmetrical structures nearly 2,000 feet below the surface, colossal blocks arranged in perfect geometric order, resembling pyramids, roads, and plazas. Canadian oceanographer Paulina Zalitsky, who led the expedition, described the site as a megalithic city unlike anything on record. High-resolution images appear to show stone blocks with sharp angles and smooth surfaces, some larger than the ones at Giza. Then, abruptly, access was denied. The Cuban government sealed the site, and subsequent expeditions were canceled. No further images were ever released to the public. These are not isolated incidents. Across the planet, the sea conceals dozens of similar ruins, a ghostly network of drowned civilizations. Near the Bahamas, Bimini Road forms a perfectly straight stone causeway extending nearly half a mile beneath the water. Scientists have tried to dismiss it as a natural rock formation, yet its precision and direction suggest deliberate construction. Local legend claims it is part of the lost continent of Atlantis, said to have sunk beneath the ocean in a single night of fire and flood. The same legend appears in Plato's dialogues, describing a civilization of great power and knowledge that angered the gods and was swallowed by the sea. Along the Mediterranean coast, the remains of ancient harbors and temples, from Heraclean in Egypt to Pavlopetri in Greece, tell a subtler but equally powerful story. Heraclean, once thought myth, was rediscovered in 2000 beneath 30 feet of water, complete with statues, inscriptions, and sanctuaries dedicated to the god Ammonius. Pavlopetri, off the coast of Laconia, dates back nearly 5,000 years, making it the world's oldest known underwater city. But even older ruins, structures found hundreds of feet deeper, suggest that other, far earlier cities lie beyond our current reach, hidden where ancient coastlines once flourished before the great floods. How could entire civilizations vanish beneath the ocean? The answer lies in the cataclysm that ended the last ice age. As glaciers melted, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet, swallowing the low-lying coastal plains where humanity's first cities likely stood. Every modern shoreline was once 50 to 100 miles inland. The places where people gathered, traded, and built their monuments are now the ocean floor. When we say the cradle of civilization, perhaps we're looking the wrong place, not in the deserts or river valleys, but under the waves. But what if rising seas were not the only cause? Some ancient texts describe not just flooding, but destruction from the sky, fire, thunder, and boiling oceans. The Greek philosopher Plato, who preserved the tale of Atlantis, said the sea, in those parts, has now become impassable and impenetrable because of the great quantities of mud. The Popol Vuh of the Maya describes oceans rising to the heavens. In India's Mahabharata, the sea swallows cities after a weapon brighter than 1,000 suns scorches the land, eerily reminiscent of nuclear imagery. Could it be that some of these submerged ruins were not victims of gradual change, but of sudden, violent destruction? The implications are staggering. If these underwater ruins truly belong to a global civilization predating history, then our current timeline of human development collapses. Civilization didn't begin in Mesopotamia. It restarted there. The survivors of the flood rebuilt what they could, while the original cities, the centers of ancient science, technology, and culture, sank beneath the seas, taking their secrets with them. Modern sonar technology has only scanned a fraction of the ocean floor. Less than 10% of the world's seabed has been explored. What else lies hidden in the dark? Every year, new anomalies appear, geometric shapes, straight lines, structures buried in sand, waiting for someone brave enough to challenge the official story. Yet many of these discoveries are swiftly classified, labeled natural formations, or simply ignored. Why? Because to acknowledge them would rewrite every chapter of human history. Still, the sea is patient. It guards its secrets, but does not forget them. Coral grows over columns, sand buries temples, but the bones of those drowned worlds endure. And every time a diver's light pierces the darkness, illuminating a staircase, a statue, or a perfectly carved wall, the silence of the deep seems to whisper, "We were here before you." These underwater ruins are not just remnants of stone. They are the tombstones of forgotten epic, the proof that once, long before recorded time, humanity reached heights of knowledge and mastery we have yet to rediscover. Their cities now rest beneath the ocean, but their story is far from dead. It rises with each new tide, each new discovery, each new question that refuses to be buried. Perhaps one day, when the last of the waves recede or technology finally breaks through the ocean's veil, we will see them again, the shining cities of the lost world, rising once more from the depths, reminding us that nothing, not even time or the sea, can erase the truth forever. High in the thin air of the Andes, deep in the Egyptian desert, and across the forgotten plains of Anatolia, massive stones stand as mute witnesses to an age of lost genius. They bear marks of tools that should not exist, angles too precise for hand-cutting, and surfaces so smooth they defy even modern replication. Archaeologists call them megalithic marvels. Engineers call them impossible. But to those who dare to question the official timeline, they are proof that ancient builders possess a kind of engineering knowledge far beyond their supposed capabilities. This is the enigma of ancient engineering that modern tools can't replicate, the riddle that whispers from every colossal stone our ancestors left behind. Take, for instance, the ruins of Pumapunku in Bolivia, a sight so strange that even seasoned architects struggle to explain it. Enormous blocks of andesite, a stone harder than granite, are cut with such accuracy that they fit together like pieces of a mechanical puzzle. Some stones feature interlocking H shapes, precise right angles, and grooves that look machined rather than chiseled. Under magnification, the surfaces reveal perfect symmetry and uniform depth, hallmarks of high-speed cutting. Yet, according to mainstream history, Pumapunku was built by a pre-Incan culture without metal tools or the wheel. How could Stone Age people achieve tolerances measured in millimeters, something that even modern diamond saws struggle to reproduce on such a scale? In Egypt, the same mystery reappears. The Great Pyramid is composed of over 3 million blocks of limestone and granite, some weighing as much as 80 tons. Fitted so precisely that even today, engineers cannot slide a razor blade between them. The internal chambers contain granite boxes carved from single pieces of stone, so finely shaped that their corners are perfectly square and their interior surfaces as smooth as glass. Modern machinists who have examined them describe the craftsmanship as CNC-level precision. Yet these monuments were supposedly built with copper chisels and stone hammers. Where are the tools that made them? None have ever been found. The Osirian temple at Abydos adds another layer of enigma. Its foundation lies far below the surface, composed of massive granite blocks weathered by water erosion, evidence that it predates the dynastic Egyptians by thousands of years. The temple above it, built later, is crude by comparison. This reversal of sophistication, where the deeper, older layers are more advanced, repeats across the world. It's as though each civilization inherited relics of greater technology from an age it barely understood. In South America, the ancient builders of Sacsayhuaman, left behind walls of cyclopean stone. Each block weighing hundreds of tons, fitted together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The stones are not uniform but polygonal, their edges melting into one another in seamless perfection. Modern stonemasons admit that replicating such work with today's equipment will require laser scanning, hydraulic cranes, and weeks of cutting. Yet these builders accomplish it on mountaintops with no wheel, no iron, and no written plans. How did they move such massive stones? Traditional theories suggest ropes, ramps, and manpower, but physics defies this explanation. At Pumapunku, some blocks weigh over 130 tons and rest at an elevation of nearly 13,000 feet, where oxygen is thin and terrain is rugged. Even with modern cranes, transporting such weights would be treacherous. Yet ancient legends offer another clue. The Andean people say their ancestors used the sound of gods to move stones, a technology of resonance, where vibration could lift objects as if they were weightless. Sound levitation, once dismissed as fantasy, has been proven possible in laboratory conditions using acoustic waves. Could the ancients have mastered it on a scale we can scarcely imagine? Temples across the world seem designed for acoustics. Their chambers resonate at specific frequencies, amplifying chants and tones. The Egyptian pyramids, for instance, resonate at 432 hertz, a frequency associated with harmony and healing in modern sound theory. Coincidence? Or the echo of a technology now lost to time? Another riddle lies in precision drilling found at ancient sites. In Egypt's granite quarries, core samples show spiral grooves that indicate drilling speeds and pressures achievable only by power machinery. The cores removed are flawless, cylinders of stone cut as cleanly as if by modern industrial tools. Flinders Petrie, the father of Egyptian archaeology, documented these artifacts over a century ago, concluding that they required a form of machinery not yet rediscovered. His notes were quietly buried in academic archives. Even the arrangement of ancient sites hints at forgotten science of geodesy, the measurement of the Earth itself. The Great Pyramid sits at the exact center of the planet's landmass. The angle of its sides encodes a value of pi, the golden ratio, and even the speed of light when measured in meters per second. The megaliths of Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines of Peru, and the temples of Angkor all fall along a global grid, an invisible network of energy lines known in ancient lore as ley lines. Did the ancients understand the electromagnetic geometry of the Earth and use it to power their constructions? Some researchers believe they did. In the Baalbek platform of Lebanon, megaliths weighing over 1,000 tons, the stone of the pregnant woman, were quarried, cut, and positioned with uncanny precision. The blocks are so massive that even our largest cranes today could barely lift them, yet they were stacked in place like bricks. Later civilizations built upon these foundations, but none ever equaled them. The same is true in Peru, Egypt, and Japan. The higher one looks in time, the less advanced the engineering becomes. It's as though we are looking backward through technological decay. And then there's the question of materials. Some ancient walls and temples exhibit stones fused together as if melted, a phenomenon known as vitrification. The surfaces appear glassy, with evidence of exposure to temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. No conventional method of heating stone to that point existed in the ancient world. Yet these vitrified stones appear in Scotland, Peru, Turkey, and the Middle East. Were they melted by unknown technology, perhaps by plasma, energy weapons, or intense sound vibrations? Or could they be the remnants of a cataclysmic event, the same fire that ended the last civilization? Everywhere, the pattern is the same. The deeper the layer, the greater the mystery. Ancient builders possessed knowledge of mathematics, engineering, and material science that reemerged only thousands of years later, and in some ways has still not been equaled. Modern construction relies on cranes, concrete, and computation. The ancients relied on something else entirely, a synthesis of geometry, resonance, and natural energy that allowed them to command the very forces of the earth. If we could rediscover that science, what might it reveal? Was it purely mechanical, or did it involve consciousness itself? The power of the mind working in harmony with sound, magnetism, and stone? Some researchers suggest that ancient temples were machines for awakening, devices that use geometry and vibration to amplify human perception. If so, then ancient engineering was not just about building monuments. It was about building humans, refining consciousness through resonance with the cosmos. And so, these ruins remain vast, silent testaments to a forgotten age. Each cut stone, each impossible angle, is a riddle carved into the bones of the earth. Mainstream history calls them mysteries. But perhaps they are messages, reminders from those who came before, urging us to remember that we once knew how to command gravity, to shape stone with sound, to align matter with the will. Modern tools can measure precision, but they cannot reproduce the purpose. For that, we would need to think as the ancients thought, not as builders, but as beings in tune with the planet itself. Until then, the stones of Puma Punku, Giza, and Baalbek will continue to defy explanation, whispering to those who listen that there was once a science not of this world, a science born of harmony, not conquest, and of understanding, not control. Perhaps that is the real secret hidden in their walls, that the greatest technology ever known was not lost, only forgotten, and it waits, in silence, for us to remember. Across the continents, rising like sentinels of stone, the pyramids stand, immense, silent, and eternal. They are more than monuments. They are enigmas carved into the earth itself. Egypt, Mexico, China, Sudan, Peru, every corner of the world bears these geometric giants, built by cultures separated by oceans and millennia, yet constructed with astonishing similarity. Mainstream history insists these are isolated inventions, burial tombs, temples, or symbols of divine kingship. But the patterns etched into their design, the mathematics in their proportions, and their cosmic alignments whisper a different story. What if the world's pyramids are not independent creations, but echoes of a single lost blueprint, a universal design inherited from an ancient, global civilization whose memory was erased? The Pyramid of Khufu at Giza has long been called the greatest architectural mystery on Earth. Rising 481 feet into the desert sky, it is composed of more than 3 million blocks of stone, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons. The precision is beyond comprehension. The base is nearly a perfect square, its corners aligned to true north, east, south, and west within fractions of a single degree. Even today, with all our instruments and laser technology, engineers struggle to reproduce that level of accuracy on such a massive scale. Inside, narrow shafts point precisely toward the ancient positions of Orion's belt and Sirius, stars sacred to the Egyptian gods Osiris and Isis. The pyramid's height, when multiplied by 1,000 million, equals the Earth's distance from the sun. Its perimeter divided by twice its height equals pi. These are not coincidences. They are calculations, evidence of a mathematical mind far beyond primitive stonecutters. Yet Egypt is only the beginning. Thousands of miles away, in the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan rises in eerie resemblance. Its layout mirrors Giza's, 3 main pyramids arranged in the same pattern as Orion's belt, oriented to the same cardinal directions. Archaeologists have long debated its purpose, calling it a temple to the sun, but its geometric perfection suggests something more deliberate. Beneath it, tunnels extend for hundreds of meters, lined with mica, a mineral known for its insulating and conductive properties. Mica was not locally available. It was imported from thousands of miles away. Why would ancient builders go to such lengths unless they were constructing something functional, perhaps energetic in nature? In China, near the city of Xi'an, hundreds of pyramid-shaped mounds rise from plains, long hidden beneath vegetation. Some are nearly as large as Giza's, aligned with celestial points, and built from layers of compacted earth and stone. The Chinese government has sealed many of them, labeling them burial sites, and planting forests over their slopes to obscure them. But photographs taken in the mid-20th century reveal perfectly symmetrical structures, with peaks capped by what appear to be metallic or crystalline substances. Local legends speak of celestial beings who descended from the heavens and instructed early Chinese rulers in sky mathematics. Could these pyramids be remnants of that contact, or even older monuments inherited from a vanished culture? Further south, in the deserts of Sudan, the ancient kingdom of Nubia built over 200 pyramids, smaller than Egypt's but following the same proportions. In Peru at Cairo, pyramidal mounds more than 5,000 years old predate even the earliest Egyptian dynasties. Across the Pacific, on the island of Samoa, ancient step pyramids known as star mounds align with lunar cycles. And in Indonesia, Beneath the volcanic soil of Mount Padon, geologists have discovered a massive pyramidal structure buried beneath layers of earth, carbon dated over 24,000 years ago. If this date holds true, it would mean pyramid building began not in Egypt, but in a civilization lost to the depths of prehistory. What ties all these sites together is not just their shape, but their purpose. Each one is aligned with astronomical precision, often pointing to the same constellations: Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades. Each employs the same sacred geometry: the golden ratio, the square root of 2, and harmonic proportions found in nature and sound frequencies. Each was built with materials chosen for resonance: quartz, granite, limestone, all capable of amplifying electromagnetic energy. Could it be that the pyramids were not tombs, but machines, ancient devices designed to harness the natural energy of the earth and sky? The Great Pyramid may hold the key. Its interior chambers resonate at specific frequencies. The King's Chamber at 440 Hz, the same pitch modern instruments use for tuning. When sound is generated within it, the vibrations amplify and sustain, creating standing waves. Researchers have recorded electromagnetic anomalies emanating from the pyramid's apex, as though it channels subtle energy from the ground upward into the atmosphere. In 2018, scientists from ITMO University in Russia confirmed that the Great Pyramid can focus electromagnetic energy into its chambers and beneath its base. Whether by design or accident, it behaves like a resonant amplifier, a literal energy conductor. Could ancient builders have known this? If they did, then every pyramid on Earth becomes part of a larger system, a global grid of resonant structures tuned to the same cosmic frequencies. The pyramids of Giza, Teotihuacan, and Zion align almost perfectly along certain longitudinal and geodesic lines, the so-called energy meridians of the planet. When plotted together, these monuments form geometric relationships across the globe, as if they were nodes in a network designed to balance or harness the Earth's natural fields. Ancient texts hint at this very concept. The Egyptian priests called their land Tamara, the beloved land of the balance. The Chinese refer to the dragon lines, invisible current of energy flowing through the world. The Mayans spoke of the sacred essence that connected heaven and earth. All describe the same phenomenon: the life force grid of the planet, mapped and activated through pyramidal structures. Mainstream historians balk at the idea of ancient energy systems. Yet even modern technology echoes the principles embedded in these ancient designs. Tesla's wireless energy experiments at Colorado Springs and Wardenclyffe Tower mimic the geometry of pyramids, using resonance and frequency to transmit power through the Earth's ionosphere. Nikola Tesla himself once said, "The secrets of the universe are in energy, frequency, and vibration." Could he have rediscovered what the pyramid builders already knew? The deeper mystery is why these civilizations across the world built so many pyramids, often at great cost and with uncanny similarity. The answer may lie in memory. After the great cataclysm, the flood that ended the previous age, the survivors may have sought to preserve what knowledge they could. The pyramid, with its indestructible geometry, became the perfect vessel for that legacy. Its shape symbolized stability, harmony, and the union of heaven and earth. It was a cosmic machine, a message, and a memorial all in one. Legends across cultures tell the same story. The gods or sky teachers instructed humanity to build these structures in their image, not physical image, but harmonic image, resonating with the frequencies of the cosmos. The pyramids were both beacons and temples, intended to maintain balance between heaven and earth. When humanity forgot their purpose, the energy grid went dormant, and the world descended into chaos. Modern explorers who enter the ancient pyramids describe sensations of stillness and altered consciousness, as though stepping into a place that exists outside time. Perhaps these structures were designed to do exactly that, to awaken memory, to attune the human mind to universal resonance. The builders may have understood that architecture itself could be a bridge between worlds, physical, mental, and spiritual. The pyramid connection is more than a coincidence of form. It is the last surviving thread of a lost science, one that united mathematics, energy, and consciousness. The fact that we still cannot replicate their precision, their scale, or their mystery proves how far we have fallen from that ancient wisdom. We have dissected their stones but forgotten their song. And yet, the pyramids endure as if waiting. waiting for us to look beyond their surfaces and remember what they truly are. Perhaps one day, when we learn again to think as the ancients did, in harmony with the earth, the stars, and the pulse of creation, the pyramids will reveal their final secret. Until then, they remain what they have always been, silent engines of eternity, humming softly in the desert wind, reminding us that once, long ago, humanity built not just for the dead, but for the cosmos itself. Hidden within colossal monuments and sacred ruins of the ancient world lies a code, a mathematical language so precise, so deliberate, that it defies coincidence. The ancients were not merely stacking stones or worshiping deities. They were encoding truths about the universe itself. Their temples, pyramids, and monuments were not just architecture. They were equations written in stone, resonant with the same laws that govern the stars. This is the mystery of ancient mathematics, the code of the builders, the language of lost scientists who understood reality not as chaos, but as perfect order shaped by number, proportion, and vibration. Every ancient civilization, regardless of geography, appears to have shared the same obsession: geometry, measurement, and harmony. The Egyptians built in cubits, a measure derived from the human body, but scaled to cosmic constants. The Greeks built according to symmetria, the balance of parts to whole. The Mayans calculated celestial cycles with mathematical precision beyond their instruments. Even in the ruins of Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple, the spacing of pillars reveals ratios consistent with pi, and phi, the golden ratio. These patterns are not random. They are the fingerprints of a lost science, one that saw mathematics not as an abstract invention, but as a divine structure of existence itself. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is more than a tomb. It is a mathematical model of the planet. Its base perimeter divided by twice its height equals 3. 1416, a perfect expression of pi, centuries before the Greeks discovered it. Its slope of 51 degrees 51 minutes replicates the golden ratio, phi, a number that appears throughout nature, in flowers, seashells, galaxies, and even DNA. The pyramid's height multiplied by 43,200 equals the polar radius of the Earth in miles. Its perimeter multiplied by the same number equals the Earth's equatorial circumference. These are not accidents. The builders knew the shape and size of the Earth, its relation to the heavens, and the harmonic proportions of life itself, all encoded in a single monument. The same ratios appear in ancient structures across the globe. The Parthenon in Athens, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the pyramids of Teotihuacan, the temples of Angkor, all incorporate phi, pi, and the square root of 2. The layout of ancient cities mirrors celestial movements and mathematical constants. Teotihuacan Central Avenue measures 2,640 feet, 1/5 a mile, and its pyramid complex is aligned with solar distances in miles and planetary orbital periods in days. The builders weren't just worshiping the heavens. They were recording its geometry. How did they know? The conventional view insists these numbers were discovered by trial and error, that ancient people stumbled upon geometry through observation. But the precision and repetition suggest otherwise. The ancients seem to have possessed an inherent awareness of mathematical truth, a sacred geometry linking heaven and earth. They call it the music of the spheres, the belief that planets, stars, and atoms all vibrate in harmonic ratios. Pythagoras, often credited with this idea, admitted that he learned it from Egypt and Babylon. Echoes of a knowledge that was already ancient in his time. At the heart of this lost science is vibration, frequency, the realization that number is not just quantity, but quality. Every ratio represents a sound, a vibration, a resonance. The builders of megalithic temples understood this intuitively. Their monuments were tuned to harmonic frequencies that amplified sound waves and electromagnetic fields. The king's chamber inside the Great Pyramid, when struck or chanted within, resonates at 440 hertz, the same tuning frequency used in modern music. The temple itself becomes an instrument, a mathematical chamber designed to create harmony between stone, human, and cosmos. In India, the Vedic text described this knowledge as Sriti, that which is heard. The word mantra literally means instrument of thought. Sound is a mathematical code of creation. The Sanskrit alphabet was organized by frequency and vibration. each letter a precise tone of the cosmic scale. The temples of ancient India, like those of Angkor or Borobudur, were built according to harmonic ratios corresponding to musical notes. Their spires acted as resonant antennas, channeling energy between earth and sky. Mathematics, sound, and spirituality were one. Modern scientists are only now beginning to rediscover what these builders seem to know, that the universe itself is built on frequency. Quantum physics tells us that matter is nothing more than energy vibrating at different rates. String theory suggests that all particles are oscillating filaments of energy, literally, the music of creation. The ancients expressed this truth through geometry. A circle and a square, a triangle and a spiral. Each shape holds mathematical resonance, a vibration frozen in form. Take the golden ratio, phi 1, 618, the divine proportion. It governs the growth of leaves, the shape of hurricanes, the spiral of galaxies, and the pattern of human DNA. Ancient builders used it everywhere. In the Parthenon's facade, in the Great Pyramid slope, even in the dimensions of Gothic cathedrals built by later inheritors of this lost wisdom. They believed that by embodying the golden ratio in stone, they were aligning their structures with the fundamental order of the cosmos, literally tuning their temples to the universe's frequency. The same could be said of pi, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, a number that describes not only geometry, but motion. The ancients saw the circle as divine perfection, the infinite, the eternal. To encode pi into a monument was to connect the physical to the infinite, a bridge between the finite and the divine. That is why circular and spherical geometry dominates ancient sacred sites. Domes, rings, spirals, and orbits all reflect pious perfection. Perhaps most mysterious of all is the number 432, a number that appears again and again across cultures. The Hindu yugas, or world ages, are measured in cycles of 432,000 years. The Norse spoke of Valhalla's 540 doors, each through which 800 warriors would pass, for 132,000 total. The Great Pyramid's base perimeter in inches is 36,524, exactly 100 times the number of days in a solar year. The Earth's rotation speed at the equator, 432 meters per second. The frequency 432 hertz is said to be the natural vibration of the universe, resonating with the Schumann resonance of the Earth's atmosphere. Coincidence? Or a relic of ancient knowledge preserved in numbers? Ancient builders encoded this numeric harmony in every stone they laid. The Mayans used base, 20 mathematics, but encoded base, 60 ratios like the Sumerians. Both systems are divisible by 432 and 72, numbers corresponding to precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis. The precession cycle takes roughly 25,920 years. Divide that by 360 degrees, and each degree equals 72 years. That same number, 72, appears carved into temples from Luxor to Tikal, from Angkor to Machu Picchu. It was a sacred constant of cosmic time, the mathematical signature of eternity. To the ancients, mathematics wasn't a tool, it was a revelation. The numbers weren't invented. They were discovered, already woven into the fabric of reality. To build using sacred geometry was to align human intention with divine order. Every temple, every pyramid, every labyrinth and mandala was a prayer in the form of number. When modern engineers study these sites, they find perfection beyond what primitive tools could achieve. Precise right angles, hidden chambers aligned to magnetic north, and ratios repeating like refrains in a cosmic song. And yet, our textbooks call these cultures early, developing, primitive. But what if the truth is the reverse? What if these were not the beginnings of civilization, but the remnant of a far older, far greater one? In their numbers, the ancients left us a message. They are not gone. They are encoded in the stones and the stars, in our very DNA. The same golden spirals that shape galaxies swirl within the human body. The same harmonic ratios that govern planetary motion guide the rhythm of the heart. The builders knew this, that the key to understanding the universe was to see the unity between macrocosm and microcosm. And so, they carved their equations into eternity, trusting that someday, when humanity was ready, we would remember how to read them. The temples were textbooks. The pyramids were instruments. The monuments were messages. The code of the builders still surrounds us, silent but unbroken. Pi, the infinite. Phi, the divine proportion. 72, the measure of time. 432, the frequency of the earth. Together, they form a language beyond words, the mathematics of creation itself, a message left by those who once understood that to master number was to master the cosmos. And perhaps, in decoding it, we are not merely studying the past. We are remembering who we truly are. There are invisible lines that crisscross our planet, unseen pathways connecting the world's most sacred sites in a web of geometry, so precise it defies coincidence. From the pyramids of Giza to Stonehenge, from Machu Picchu to Angkor, these monuments align not only with the stars above, but also with one another across thousands of miles. It is as if the earth itself was mapped and engineered by an ancient hand, a hand that understood energy, magnetism, and geometry at a level modern science is only beginning to rediscover. These lines are called ley lines, and together they form what some researchers describe as a global energy grid, the blueprint of the living planet. To modern geologists, the earth is a ball of molten rock, iron, and crust. But to the ancients, it was a living being, breathing, pulsing, vibrating. They believed that the planet's life force, known in different traditions as chi, prana, or telluric energy, flowed through invisible channels just as blood flows through veins. These channels converge at certain powerful nodes, places of immense magnetic and spiritual resonance. Over thousands of years, humans built temples, pyramids, and megaliths at those exact points. Why? Because these sites amplified energy, healed the body, and connected the mind to the cosmos. The first to note these mysterious alignments in modern times was Alfred Watkins, a British researcher, who in 1921 observed that ancient sites across England, standing stones, mounds, and churches, all seemed to fall along straight lines. He called them ley lines. But what Watkins glimpsed was only a small piece of something much greater. When these lines are plotted globally, they create a geometric lattice wrapping around the entire planet, a pattern identical to the icosahedron and dodecahedron forms in sacred geometry. This planetary grid, sometimes called the Earth's energy matrix, appears to link nearly every major ancient monument on Earth. Consider this: the Great Pyramid of Giza, the ancient city of Petra in Jordan, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, and the Nazca lines all sit along a single great circle, one continuous line that cuts around the planet like the seam of a baseball. This alignment is not random. It's mathematically exact. When projected on a globe, these sites fall along a 23.5-degree tilt, the same angle as Earth's axial rotation. Other lines connect Angkor with the pyramids, and those to Stonehenge and Mount Shasta. It's as though the ancient builders were following a global map, a grid that channeled the planet's electromagnetic energy. Ancient myths seem to confirm this. The Chinese spoke of the dragon lines, streams of earthly energy that flowed through mountains and valleys, influencing the fortunes of empires. The practice of feng shui emerged from this belief, aiming to harmonize human structures with the flow of this energy. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia sang of the song lines, invisible paths across the landscape that their ancestors followed by resonance, vibrations of the earth itself. The Incas spoke of Sikhs, sacred lines radiating out from their capital, Cuzco, connecting temples and mountain shrines. Even the Native Americans described spirit lines, energy corridors used by the ancestors to travel between realms. These are not isolated myths. They are fragments of a once universal understanding of Earth as a living energetic organism. But how could ancient people, with no satellites or modern instruments, know of these global alignments? The answer may lie in their deep sensitivity to the planet's natural forces. Megalithic builders were attuned to subtle energies that our modern world has forgotten. Many ancient sites rest atop fault lines or areas of geomagnetic anomaly, regions where electromagnetic energy naturally intensifies. Studies at Stonehenge, for example, reveal fluctuations in local magnetism and seismic vibrations that peak during solstices and equinoxes. The pyramids of Giza sit at the intersection of powerful telluric currents running through the Nile Valley. And Machu Picchu, perched high in the Andes, lies directly above a geomagnetic hotspot, a node of Earth's natural electricity. It's no coincidence that temples, pyramids, and megaliths often contain materials known to interact with energy fields. Granite, used in abundance at Giza and Stonehenge, is rich in quartz and feldspar, piezoelectric minerals capable of generating electric charge when compressed. When placed along ley lines, such materials could amplify the Earth's natural resonance. Some researchers suggest that the ancient builders intentionally used these stones to tune their monuments like instruments, allowing them to resonate with the global grid. The result was an interconnected network of energetic beacons linking Earth to the heavens. One of the most intriguing aspects of this grid is its geometry. When the positions of ancient sacred sites are plotted globally, certain patterns emerge, patterns that mirror sacred mathematical forms. The distances between Giza, Easter Island, and Nazca correspond to angular divisions of the 360-degree globe, often in multiples of 72 and 108, numbers considered sacred in nearly every ancient culture. The grid also reflects geometric relationships, such as the flower of life and Metatron's cube, both ancient symbols of cosmic harmony. Could it be that the ancients were mapping not just physical geography, but the harmonic structure of reality itself? Even modern science provides eerie validation. Earth's magnetic field, measured by satellites, indeed flows in currents that spiral and twist, patterns strikingly similar to the mythical dragon lines. The Schumann resonance, the natural frequency of the planet's atmosphere, hums at roughly 783 hertz, a value that matches the brain's alpha state, associated with meditation and creativity. Perhaps the ancients built their monuments where these frequencies were strongest, using them to connect consciousness to the Earth's rhythm. Some theorists propose that the grid once powered a global energy system, a form of wireless transmission that provided energy to the world's civilizations without wires or combustion. The pyramids, obelisks, and monoliths may have served as energy nodes, channeling telluric power upward and across the globe. This echoes the experiments of Nikola Tesla, who envisioned drawing limitless energy from the Earth's magnetic field. Was Tesla unknowingly rediscovering the ancient science of the grid? As centuries passed, this knowledge faded, and the network fell dormant. The ley lines remained, but humanity forgot how to feel them. The great temples turned to ruins, their stones buried under sand and time. Yet the energy still hums beneath our feet, pulsing to the veins of the world, waiting to be reawakened. In recent years, explorers and researchers equipped with magnetometers and satellite mapping have confirmed energy anomalies at many sacred sites. At Stonehenge, electromagnetic readings spike at dawn and dusk. At the Great Pyramid, unexplained electrical charges have been detected emanating from the apex. Even Mount Shasta and Sedona, modern energy vortex sites, align perfectly with the ancient grid. Could this explain why people feel heightened awareness, healing, or spiritual transformation in these places? Perhaps the ancients were not merely honoring the gods, but maintaining the balance of the earth itself. Their monuments, aligned along the global grid, may have stabilized planetary energy, harmonizing magnetic currents, influencing climate, even protecting against catastrophe. When the system collapsed, chaos followed, earthquakes, floods, and the loss of equilibrium that ended the Golden Age. The concept of a global grid may sound like mysticism, but it unites geometry, geography, and spirituality into one elegant vision. The ancients saw the world as sacred architecture, a living temple designed according to cosmic law. Every mountain, every river, every star had its place in the grand pattern. The pyramids, the megaliths, the standing stones were not random constructions, but components of a planetary design, resonating together like the strings of a vast instrument. And that may be the ultimate revelation, that Earth itself is alive, humming with energy, and that the ancients once knew how to tune into it. Their monuments were not only markers of power, but reminders that to live in harmony with the planet, we must rediscover its rhythm. The ley lines and energy grids are not mere myths. They are the veins of a sleeping giant, the circuitry of a forgotten world. Perhaps one day, when we learn again to listen, not with our machines, but with our hearts, we will feel the pulse that guided our ancestors. We will stand upon the sacred lines, the ancient paths of power, and remember that we were never separate from the earth at all. The grid still hums beneath the soil, connecting every temple, every mountain, every living being. It is the song of the planet, waiting for humanity to join the chorus once more. Beneath the ornate carvings and golden myths of ancient temples lies a truth that modern science is only beginning to grasp, that the ancients understood sound not merely as a tool of communication or music, but as a fundamental force of creation itself. Across the world's oldest ruins, from Egypt to Tibet, from Mexico to Malta, there is evidence that the ancients harnessed sound, resonance, and vibration in ways that seem almost supernatural today. These were not primitive chants or accidental acoustics. They were deliberate, mathematical, and powerful. Sound was a hidden engine of their civilization, a vibrational technology capable of moving stone, healing the body, and altering consciousness. Everything in the universe vibrates. This is not poetry. It is physics. Every atom oscillates. Every molecule hums. Every star sings its own electromagnetic song. Modern science calls this the frequency spectrum, but ancient civilizations expressed it in sacred terms. To them, sound was the voice of the divine, the word that brought the world into being. In the beginning was the Word, says the Gospel of John. The ancient Egyptians called it Heka, the creative utterance. The Hindus called it Nada Brahma, the universe is sound. Long before string theory or quantum vibration, the ancients knew that all existence was born from frequency. Nowhere is this more evident than in the temples of Egypt, which are constructed not only with perfect geometry, but also with precise acoustic properties. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera, for instance, resonates at specific frequencies when sound is produced inside its chambers. Archaeologists once dismissed this as coincidence, but modern acoustic analysis has revealed otherwise. The hall's amplified tones correspond to harmonic frequencies found in nature. When groups chant inside, the vibration can be felt in the bones and blood, a physiological resonance. Ancient priests, it seems, were not performing mere rituals. They were tuning their own bodies to the frequencies of the cosmos. The Great Pyramid of Giza exhibits even more astonishing acoustic behavior. When sound is generated inside the king's chamber, a deep tone, a hum, even a single spoken vowel, the entire structure vibrates. Modern researchers have recorded standing wave patterns that amplify and sustain sound far beyond what should be possible in stone. Some scientists speculate that the pyramid's internal dimensions were designed to produce resonance at specific frequencies, possibly around 432 Hz, a tone known to induce calm and alignment in the human nervous system. This resonance isn't limited to sound. It extends to electromagnetic frequencies as well. The pyramid literally behaves as an amplifier, focusing both sound and energy through its geometry. How could ancient builders have known this? The answer lies in the universal relationship between sound, vibration, and form, what modern science calls cymatics. When sound waves pass through a medium such as water, sand, or air, they create geometric patterns. Low frequencies produce simple shapes. Higher frequencies generate intricate mandalas. These patterns mirror the same designs found in nature. The spirals of galaxies, the symmetry of snowflakes, the shells of nautilus, even the structure of DNA. The ancients, through direct observation and sacred experiment, seem to understand that vibration organizes matter, that sound is the sculptor of reality. In the temples of Malta, which predate even the Egyptian pyramids, this mastery of sound is unmistakable. The hypogeum of Hal Saflieni, a vast underground complex carved into limestone, contains a chamber known as the Oracle Room. When a male voice chants in this room, the sound reverberates at a frequency of 110 Hz, a tone known to stimulate the brain's theta state, associated with meditation and altered consciousness. Tests show that the resonance can be felt throughout the entire subterranean structure. Was this chamber designed to amplify the human voice into a gateway of spiritual experience? The evidence suggests yes. The ancients didn't just build with stone, they built with sound. The megalithic temples of Malta, Stonehenge, and the domed sanctuaries of the Andes all display similar properties. Their curved walls, elliptical corridors, and concave stones focus sound waves the same way modern acoustic chambers do. The result? A kind of ancient audio technology. Temples that function like amplifiers, attuning human consciousness to the vibration of the earth itself. Legends across cultures preserve memories of sound used as a force of power. In Tibet and Nepal, monks speak of mantras that can levitate objects, vibrating them into weightlessness. In Egypt, Inscriptions hint that massive stones were moved by the chanting of sacred words. In the Incan traditions of the Andes, oral histories describe builders using trumpets and drums to move megaliths as if they floated. Western explorers in the 20th century recorded accounts of Tibetan monks using large horns and synchronized chanting to raise heavy stones up cliff faces. Sound as a lifting force, a technology beyond our comprehension. To modern ears, these tales seem fantastical, yet science is slowly confirming that acoustic levitation is real. Experiments have shown that focused sound waves can lift small objects by creating pressure nodes, pockets of silence, that suspend matter. Researchers have even manipulated droplets of water and tiny beads in midair using nothing but vibration. If the ancients understood this principle on a grander scale, through resonance, harmonics, and geometric amplification, they might well have achieved feats we still call impossible. But sound was not only a tool of engineering, it was the key to healing and consciousness. Ancient Indian texts describe Nada Yoga, the practice of union through sound. The chants of the Rig Veda were based on mathematical frequencies meant to align the chakras, energy centers within the human body that resonate with specific tones. The Egyptians practiced similar rituals, using sound to restore balance to the spirit. Their hieroglyph for harmony depicts a tuning fork. The Greeks inherited this science through Pythagoras, who taught that music could heal disease, and that every planet emitted a note in the grand symphony of the cosmos, the music of the spheres. Modern medical research has confirmed that sound affects biological systems. Frequencies can influence heart rate, blood pressure, even DNA repair. Ultrasound can heal tissue. Low-frequency vibration can reduce pain. The ancients may have discovered this through intuition, observation, and spiritual practice, encoding it in chants, architecture, and ritual. When a temple vibrates, it does not merely echo, it transforms the people within it. The frequency 432 Hz, long associated with ancient music, deserves special mention. It resonates with the natural vibration of the Earth's magnetic field and the human heart. Music tuned to 432 Hz produces a sense of calm and connection. Ancient instruments, flutes, lyres, and drums, uncovered from archaeological sites, are tuned to this frequency. It is no accident that the number 432 appears throughout ancient cosmology, in calendar systems, temple dimensions, and mythic ages. To the ancients, it was the sound of the universe itself, the tone of creation. In this view, sound wasn't symbolic. It was a fabric of existence. The builders of old didn't just carve temples for worship. They built resonant chambers to communicate with the divine. When priests chanted inside these structures, their voices merged with the harmonic vibration of the building, amplifying energy fields and altering states of consciousness. The ancients didn't separate science from spirituality. They saw both as expressions of the same truth. That vibration is a bridge between matter and spirit. The deeper implication is that language itself was once vibrational technology. Words, chants, and names carried frequency and intention that could shape reality. In the ancient world, to speak was to create. Over time, as civilizations fell and knowledge fragmented, these sacred sciences were reduced to superstition, their power diluted by translation. What remains today are echoes, prayers, hymns, and mantras that still carry a faint vibration of the original code. Sound, then, may have been the first technology and the most powerful one. Before metal, before writing, before the wheel, our ancestors discovered how to harmonize with the frequencies of the earth and the cosmos. They learned to use sound not to destroy, but to balance, to heal, and to elevate consciousness. And perhaps this is the great secret they left behind. That sound is not merely something we hear, but something we are. Our cells vibrate, our thoughts produce frequencies, and our emotions radiate waves that shape the world around us. The ancients built monuments to amplify this truth, to remind future generations that creation itself is a symphony, and we are all instruments within it. The temples still sing, even in their ruin. Their frequencies hum in the wind and stone, waiting for ears willing to listen. For those who do, the ancient message becomes clear. The universe was sung into existence, and through sound, we may remember how to create once again. Across myth and monument, from the stones of Giza to the scrolls of Babylon, one theme returns again and again: the knowledge of the stars. To the ancients, the heavens were not distant or decorative. They were the very foundation of civilization, a celestial textbook written in light. They built their cities as mirrors of the cosmos, tracked the movement of planets as if reading divine messages, and aligned their temples to constellations with a precision that even modern astronomers find astounding. But behind this reverence lay something deeper, an awareness that the stars were not just symbols of the gods, but portals, gateways between worlds. Every culture that rose from the ashes of the flood seemed to inherit the same sacred obsession: to map the sky, to measure time, to synchronize human life with celestial cycles. The Sumerians, the first known astronomers, charted the heavens in mathematical detail, naming every visible planet thousands of years before modern science recognized them. They recorded Saturn as Ninib, Jupiter as Marduk, and Mars as Nergal. Tablets speak of 12 celestial bodies, not just the ones visible to the naked eye, suggesting knowledge of Uranus, Neptune, and even Pluto long before telescopes existed. When asked where they learned this, the Sumerians credited their teachers, the Anunnaki, those who came down from the heavens. In Egypt, the same cosmic awareness governed life and death alike. The ancient priests said, "As above, so below, as within, so without." They believed the afterlife was not beneath the earth, but among the stars, specifically in the constellation Orion, home of Osiris. The layout of the pyramids at Giza mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt, and their narrow internal shafts point directly to Sirius and Orion as they appear around 10,500 BC, a date echoing the age of the Great Flood and the so-called lost civilization before it. To the Egyptians, the pharaoh did not merely die. He ascended through these celestial gates, returned to the divine realm from which humanity first came. In Central America, the Maya inherited the same cosmic science. They built entire cities like astronomical instruments, each temple marking solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles with breathtaking accuracy. The Mayan calendar tracked not only solar years, but the movements of Venus, Mars, and eclipses with a precision that modern computers confirm. For them, the stars were alive, conscious beings guiding human destiny. The gods they worshipped, Kukulkan, Hunabku, and Itsamna, were said to have descended from the sky, bringing with them the calendar of creation. In ancient India, the Vedic rishis studied the heavens with equal devotion. The Jyotisha, or science of light, described planetary orbits and cosmic cycles long before Western astronomy. The Vedas speak of lokas, world beyond our own, connected to the fabric of space by pathways of light. Their deities, the Devas, are described as luminous beings who traverse the heavens in chariots of fire. The Sanskrit texts even describe the precession of equinoxes, the 26,000-year wobble of Earth's axis, and connected to spiritual ages called yugas. Each yuga, they said, ends in cataclysm and renewal, mirroring the cycles written in the stars. What unites all these traditions is not just astronomy, but the idea of cosmic correspondence, the belief that Earth and the heavens are part of the same living system. Ancient builders encoded this in architecture. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the observatories of the Maya, and the stone circles of Britain all align with the same constellations: Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades, and Draco. These were not arbitrary choices. Orion symbolized rebirth and the divine masculine. Sirius represented wisdom and the goddess. The Pleiades marked the cycles of time. Together, they formed a celestial triad that guided planting, prophecy, and kingship. The Pleiades, in particular, appear in myths across the world. The Greeks called them the Seven Sisters. The Japanese called them Subaru. The Maya and Aztecs tied their calendars to their rising. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Pleiades as the home of their sky ancestors, the Seven Sisters pursued by a hunter star, Orion. Even the Native Americans believed they were the origin of humankind, calling them the Star People. How could such a specific constellation inspire identical myths across distant cultures? Unless the memory of these star teachers was not myth at all, but inherited history. These ancient sky watchers were not merely stargazing. They were mapping cycles of time. They knew the stars moved not only nightly, but through vast cosmic rhythms. The precession of the equinoxes, in which the position of the sunrise shifts through 12 zodiacal constellations over 26,000 years. This great year, as Plato later called it, was a heartbeat of history itself. Every 2,160 years, a new age dawns. The age of Taurus, the age of Aries, the age of Pisces, and now, the approaching age of Aquarius. The ancients saw these transitions as world ages, epochs of rise, fall, and rebirth. Cataclysms were not random. They were cosmic resets, dictated by the alignment of Earth and stars. Ancient texts confirm this. The Book of Enoch describes the watchers of the heavens, teaching mankind the secrets of the luminaries. The Popover records that the gods built the first humans to remember the stars. Plato's Timaeus recounts that the destruction of Atlantis occurred during a cycle when the stars changed their courses. The Vedas speak of humanity's consciousness rising and falling with these celestial rhythms. To the ancients, cosmic knowledge wasn't superstition. It was survival, but they went further still. Some ancient star maps, like the Egyptian Dendra zodiac or the Mayan codices, show stars and constellations visible only from points in space, not from Earth. How could they have seen them? Some researchers suggest they inherited knowledge from a civilization capable of advanced observation, perhaps even space travel. The Dogon tribe of Mali famously knew that Sirius, the brightest star, has an invisible companion, Sirius B, a white dwarf unseen by human eyes until modern telescopes confirmed it in the 19th century. The Dogon claimed this knowledge was given to them by beings called the Namo, who came from that very star system. Whether we interpret these as extraterrestrial visitors or remnants of an ancient advanced human race, the implication is the same. Our ancestors possessed, or received, a level of astronomical knowledge that should have been impossible for their time, and they encoded that knowledge everywhere, in temples, myths, and calendars, ensuring that when humanity forgot, the stars themselves would remind us. Modern astrophysics now echoes what the ancients always knew, that we are literally made of stardust. Every atom in our body was forged in the heart of a dying star. We are the universe observing itself. The ancients didn't need telescopes to understand this. They lived it, felt it, built it into every stone. Their temples were not just observatories. They were instruments of connection, designed to synchronize the human mind with the cosmic order. The question is not whether they knew the stars. It's how much they knew. Did they understand the precession cycles as cosmic warnings? Did they build monuments like the Great Pyramid, Angkor and Teotihuacan as markers? Not for the dead, but for us, the descendants of the forgotten age? Perhaps these were messages to future civilizations. To look up, to remember, to prepare for the next turning of the stars. Today, as we once again gaze into the heavens through telescopes and probes, we are retracing their steps, rediscovering what they already knew, that the universe is alive, intelligent, and cyclical. The ancients were not primitive stargazers. They were cosmic scientists, architects of eternity, encoding the rhythm of the stars into the fabric of Earth itself. And maybe that's the ultimate secret they left behind, that the key to understanding our origin and destiny is not buried beneath the ground, but written across the sky. Every sunrise, every constellation, every precession of the equinox is part of the same ancient message, that humanity and the cosmos are one, bound forever in a dance of light and memory. We were born of the stars, and one day we may return to them, not as wanderers, but as those who finally remember where we came from. Throughout the ancient world, vast civilizations rose to greatness not merely through brute strength or divine favor, but through mystery schools, sanctuaries of secret knowledge hidden behind temple walls. These were not ordinary centers of worship. They were universities of the soul, laboratories of consciousness where priests, sages, and initiates studied the deepest laws of reality. In them, sacred geometry, astronomy, alchemy, medicine, and metaphysics were taught as one unified science, the science of the spirit. The public saw temples as places of gods and rituals, but behind their sacred doors, adepts pursued something far more profound, the awakening of divine potential within man. The greatest of these schools flourished in Egypt. At the heart of this tradition was the temple of Isis and the house of life at Heliopolis, where knowledge of the stars, the body, and the soul was preserved. The priests of Heliopolis believed that the human being was a microcosm of the cosmos, a living reflection of the divine universe. To understand the heavens was to understand oneself. Here, initiates learned sacred mathematics, the healing power of sound, and the mysteries of death and rebirth. But this wisdom was not freely given. It was earned through trials that tested courage, morality, and mind. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, or rather, Book of Coming Forth by Day, was not a manual for the deceased, but a textbook for initiates, a symbolic guide to inner transformation. At Giza, the Great Pyramid itself was not only a monument but an initiation chamber. Hidden chambers and acoustic corridors were used to induce altered states of consciousness, what modern researchers might call near-death experiences. The initiate would symbolically die in the sarcophagus of the king's chamber and emerge reborn, having confronted the mysteries of the afterlife while still alive. The entire structure was tuned to the frequencies of the earth, amplifying sound and light, a perfect device for spiritual transformation. Those who passed through the rites were said to emerge as sons of light, capable of perceiving the hidden harmonics of existence. The Egyptian tradition flowed outward into other lands. In Greece, it resurfaced in the mystery schools of Eleusis, Delphi, and Samothrace. These were not mere cults, but advanced institutions of philosophy and spiritual initiation. The Eleusinian mysteries, dedicated to Demeter and Persephone, reenacted the myth of death and resurrection, an allegory of the soul's descent into matter and its return to the divine. Initiates drank the Kykeon, a sacred potion that opened perception and for one night glimpsed eternity. Plato, Pythagoras, and even Aristotle were said to have been initiated in such rites. Their philosophies were not invented from reason alone. They were distilled from revelation. Pythagoras, the father of mathematics, was more than a mathematician. He was a master initiate of Egyptian and Babylonian schools. He taught that numbers were not abstractions, but living principles, that the universe itself was a harmony of vibrating ratios. His school in Croton was modeled after the Egyptian mystery temples. Students studied in silence for years before being taught the inner secrets of geometry and sound, what he called musica universalis, the music of the spheres. Every equation was sacred, every shape divine. The pentagram, his secret symbol, represented not only geometry but the harmony of spirit and matter, the perfection of the human form aligned with cosmic proportion. The mystery of Delphi offered another path, the oracle of Apollo, where priestesses entered trance to channel wisdom from beyond. But Delphi was more than prophecy. It was science disguised as religion. The temple sat above fissures emitting ethylene gas, known to induce visionary states. The architecture amplified sound and vibration, guiding the priestess into resonance with Earth's magnetic energy. The famous command carved at its entrance, "Know thyself," was not moral advice. It was a key to the mysteries. To know oneself was to know the universe, for both were reflections of the same divine consciousness. In India, the same system existed in the Vedic Gurukulas and later in the Brahminical schools. There, sacred chants, geometry, astronomy, and philosophy were all parts of one holistic science, the merging of sound, form, and consciousness. The yogic initiations paralleled Egyptian rites, control over breath, mind, and vibration leading to illumination. The great texts, the Upanishads, the Vedas, and the Bhagavad Gita, are essentially manuals of initiation, teaching the path from ignorance to awakening. The Druids of ancient Europe carried their own version of this hidden wisdom. They studied the stars, the cycles of moon, and the sacred geometry of stone circles like Stonehenge and Avebury. The Druids were philosophers and healers, mediators between humanity and nature. They taught that every stone, tree, and river contained living spirit, that the earth was a conscious being, and to disturb was to disrupt the balance of all things. Their initiation involved solitude in the forest, communion with natural forces, and mastery of the spoken word as an instrument of creation. All these mystery schools, Egyptian, Greek, Indian, Druidic, and even the Maya, shared the same 7 stages of initiation. First, purification of the body. Second, control of thought. Third, mastery of emotion. Fourth, understanding of the laws of nature. Fifth, alignment with cosmic harmony. Sixth, death of the ego. And finally, the 7th, illumination, union with the source. This was the great work, not the accumulation of power, but the transformation of being. The initiate became a vessel of cosmic intelligence, a link between heaven and earth. The knowledge these schools guarded was dangerous, not because it was evil, but because it was powerful. To misuse, it was unbalanced nature itself. Thus, it was hidden from the unprepared, preserved through symbol, myth, and ritual. The myth of Osiris, torn apart and reassembled by Isis, symbolized a fragmentation and reawakening of consciousness. The labyrinth of Crete represented the journey inward, through confusion toward the still center of truth. The serpent, from the caduceus of Hermes to the kundalini of the yogis, symbolized the coiled power within, awaiting awakening. When the ancient world fell, when temples burned and empires collapsed, these teachings went underground. The knowledge survived in secret societies and brotherhoods. The Pythagoreans, the Essenes, the Hermeticists, the Gnostics. In the Middle Ages, they became the alchemists, cloaking spiritual science in chemical metaphor. The philosopher's stone they sought was not material gold, but the golden light of enlightenment. Later still, the Renaissance Hermeticists, Giordano Bruno, Marsilio Ficino, and others revived fragments of this wisdom, though many paid with their lives. What was once known to thousands became known only to a few, the adepts who carried the torch of ancient light through the dark ages of forgetfulness. The mystery schools were more than religious orders. They were the guardians of universal truth, that consciousness creates reality, and that through discipline, knowledge, and compassion, humanity can reclaim its divine nature. Today, though the temples have fallen silent, their blueprint remains, in the stars, in the stones, and in the human spirit. The initiate's journey never truly ended. It simply changed form. Meditation, science, and spiritual awakening are modern echoes of those same ancient rites. Every discovery, every step toward self-realization is a reenactment of the ancient mysteries. The hidden schools of old may no longer exist in marble halls or desert sanctuaries, but their essence lives on wherever seekers pursue truth over illusion, knowledge over ignorance, unity over division. The mysteries have not vanished. They wait, as they always have, for those brave enough to walk the path within. For the true temple was never in Egypt or Greece or the stars above. It was always inside, the silent chamber of the heart, where the initiate meets the divine and remembers at last who they really are. In every age, the symbols of serpents and dragons have slithered through myth, religion, and art, worshipped in some cultures, feared in others, yet always cloaked in awe. To modern eyes, these creatures are fantasy, the stuff of fairy tales and superstition. But to the ancients, they were something else entirely, embodiment of energy, wisdom, and cosmic power. Across continents and millennia, serpents were revered as the keepers of hidden knowledge, the very essence of life itself. They were not just animals or monsters. They were symbols of transformation, immortality, and the eternal dance of creation and destruction. The deeper one looks into their mythology, the clearer it becomes that the serpent was not merely mythological. It was scientific, spiritual, and perhaps even technological in its origin. The serpent's trail winds through every ancient civilization. In Egypt, the cobra, the uraeus, crowned the foreheads of pharaohs, a symbol of divine authority and awakened consciousness. It represented the goddess Wadjet, the protector of kings, whose raised hood was a sign of the fiery energy that guarded truth and life. The Egyptians also spoke of a serpent coiled at the base of the spine of Ra, mirroring the same life force energy later described in India as Kundalini. The serpent, rising upward to the body's energy centers, symbolized the awakening of divine perception, the path from mortality to enlightenment. In Mesopotamia, the oldest surviving stories tell of Ninja Zida, Lord of the Good Tree, depicted as a serpent with a human head. He was guardian of the Tree of Life, a symbol echoed later in the biblical Eden. The entwined serpent on a staff would reappear millennia later as the caduceus of Hermes, the double helix of twin serpents spiraling around a central rod, wings outstretched above. Modern medicine still bears this emblem, but few realize what it truly represents. The balance of dual forces, masculine and feminine, electric and magnetic, heaven and earth, coiling together like DNA. In fact, the caduceus is perhaps the oldest symbolic representation of life's genetic structure. Could the ancients have known the double helix pattern thousands of years before modern science? In India, the serpent appears again as Kundalini, the coiled energy that lies dormant at the base of the spine. Through meditation and discipline, this serpent force rises through the chakras, the energy centers of the human body, to reach the crown, where it blossoms into enlightenment. This process is described not metaphorically, but anatomically. Each chakra corresponds to a gland, nerve plexus, or subtle vibrational field. When the energy ascends, the initiate experiences expanded consciousness, a living connection with the divine. The serpent, then, is the current of life itself, the bridge between body and spirit, matter and light. In China, the dragon, the serpent's celestial twin, ruled the heavens. The dragon was not a monster, but a symbol of power, wisdom, and benevolence. The emperors of China called themselves sons of the dragon, claiming descent from celestial ancestors. The dragon was the master chi, the life force energy that flowed through the Earth's meridians, the same energy lines that modern geomancers call ley lines. To the Taoists, the dragon represented mastery of nature's forces, the ability to ride the currents of heaven and earth. In their sacred alchemy, awakening the inner dragon meant harnessing vital energy to achieve immortality. Across the Pacific, the Maya and Aztecs worshipped Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a radiant being who descended from the stars to teach humanity agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. He was both God and man, depicted with feathers of light, symbolizing spirit taking form in matter. His dual nature, serpent and bird, earth and sky, embodied the union of opposites. According to legend, Quetzalcoatl promised to return at the end of the current world age, a cycle eerily aligned with modern astronomical precession. The Aboriginal Australians told of the rainbow serpent, the creator of rivers, mountains, and valleys. It slumbered beneath the earth, its movement shaping the land. When it awakened, it brought storms and floods, a clear echo of the great deluge myths found worldwide. To them, the serpent was a creative vibration itself, the sound that sang the world into being. The Dogon of Mali, too, spoke of serpent beings from Sirius, luminous amphibious entities who descended to earth to teach sacred knowledge. They called them the Namo and depicted them as serpent-like masters of water and life. Even the Bible, though it vilifies the serpent as tempter, retains traces of this deeper symbolism. In Genesis, the serpent offers Eve the fruit of knowledge, an act condemned by religion, but symbolically a gift of enlightenment. The serpent did not bring sin, but awareness. Later, in the book of Numbers, Moses raises a bronze serpent on a staff to heal his people from plague, a clear echo of the caduceus. The same image becomes a symbol of healing, transformation, and rebirth. The serpent that once deceived humanity also saves it, the dual nature of wisdom itself. In the Greek mysteries, the serpent was sacred to Asclepius, god of healing, and to Athena, goddess of wisdom. Beneath the Parthenon, a serpent was said to dwell, representing the earth's living spirit. The oracle of Delphi, priestess of Apollo, sat upon a tripod carved with serpents, inhaling vapors to induce visions. Her trance was a union of serpent energy, earthly and solar energy, divine. The serpent was not evil, but the medium of prophecy, the living current that connected mind to matter. Why did so many cultures, separated by oceans and centuries, worship the same symbol in nearly identical ways? Either they shared a forgotten source of wisdom, or they were describing a universal phenomenon, one written into the structure of nature itself. Modern science gives us a clue. Energy itself moves in waves and spirals, from galaxies to DNA. The same shape recurs endlessly: the serpentine curve, the double helix, the sine wave. The ancients may have intuited this through direct experience, perceiving the serpent not as a creature, but as a living metaphor for frequency and flow, the rhythm of creation. The serpent's motion also mirrors the Earth's electromagnetic energy. Ancient temples and pyramids often sit atop vortex points where geomagnetic fields converge, places where the Earth's dragon lines are strongest. These were the dwelling places of the serpent gods, not because they lived there physically, but because those sites pulsed with the same vibrational energy the serpent symbolized. The serpent coiling to the land, the dragon flying across the heavens, the kundalini rising within the spine, all represent the same force, the universal life current that animates all things. And yet, somewhere in history, the symbol was corrupted. When power-hungry empires rose, the serpent's wisdom was demonized. The feminine, creative aspect of energy was recast as dangerous. In the West, the serpent became Satan, the dragon became the devil, and humanity's connection to living energy was severed. What once symbolized divine awakening was now branded as sin. The ancient science of energy, frequency, and vibration, the very key to consciousness, was buried under fear and dogma. But the serpent did not die. Its symbolism survived in secret traditions, in alchemy, Kabbalah, Tantra, and Hermeticism. The alchemist serpent biting its tail, the Ouroboros, represented eternity, the endless cycle of creation and destruction. One becomes two, two becomes three, and from the third comes a one as the fourth. The Hermetic texts say, a formula transformation embodied by the coiling serpent. Even in modern medicine, the serpent staff still symbolizes healing, though few recall its esoteric origin. Today, we are rediscovering what the ancients already knew. The serpent was never a monster, but a teacher. It represents the awakening of dormant energy within humanity, the power to heal, to create, to ascend. It is both danger and divinity, for energy can transform or destroy depending on how it is used. The serpent invites mastery, not fear. In the end, all the world's serpents, from Quetzalcoatl to the Kundalini, from the rainbow serpent to the dragons of the East, are facets of the same cosmic truth. The ancients encoded it in myth because words could not contain it. The serpent was their way of describing life's ultimate secret, that energy is conscious, that consciousness is creative, and that awakening within ourselves is the true path to divinity. The dragon still flies in the constellations. The serpent still coils beneath our feet. And deep within every human being, that same current lies sleeping, waiting for the moment we remember, as the ancients did, how to let it rise. Across all mythic landscapes, from the deserts of Egypt to the high plateaus of the Andes, there runs a thread of legend that speaks of gods, sages, and luminous beings who arrive from beyond the stars. There were the sky gods, the star people, the shining ones, bearers of light and wisdom who walked among early humanity, teaching art, agriculture, language, and law. The oldest texts do not describe them as metaphors or spirits, but as tangible, physical presences, radiant visitors who descended from the heavens in blazing chariots, flying ships, or shafts of light. Every culture remembered them differently, yet the essence of the story remains identical. Humanity did not rise alone. We were guided. In the cradle of civilization, the Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, those who came down from the heavens. According to the ancient cuneiform tablets, they descended to earth in the time before the flood to establish cities, mine the earth, and teach mankind. They were tall, luminous, and long-lived, capable of flight, and possessing knowledge of the stars and genetics. The Epic of Creation describes them not as gods of divine sense, but as advanced beings of flesh and blood who came from a distant world, Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. They are said to have fashioned mankind from clay mixed with their own essence, an act that mirrors creation myths across the globe, whether literal or symbolic. This story suggests that humanity's origins may not have been purely terrestrial. In Egypt, the priests spoke of the Neteru, the divine beings who sailed across the sky in great ships of fire. Among them was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who descended to earth to bring language, writing, and sacred mathematics. The emerald tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, preserved through secret traditions, speak of ships that moved through the ether like flame through wind, piloted by those who came from the stars. The temples of Dendra and Edfu describe the builders of the earth, celestial beings who rebuilt the world after a cataclysm. Their knowledge became the foundation of Egyptian science and religion, yet their origins were always said to be in the heavens. In the Vedic texts of ancient India, the gods, known as Devas, rode and fly machines called Vimanas. These craft, described in vivid technical detail, could travel great distances, emit beams of light, and even unleash weapons as bright as 1,000 suns. The Mahabharata recounts wars between celestial beings fought in the skies, with descriptions that eerily resemble modern aerial combat and explosions. These were not allegories for spiritual struggle. The language is mechanical, physical, exact. The Samarangana Sutradhara, a 1,000-year-old Sanskrit manuscript, even contains detailed instructions for building Vimanas powered by mercury and sound vibration. Were these gods advanced humans from a prior age, or travelers from another world altogether? The Dogon tribe of Mali, thousands of miles from India or Egypt, tells a similar story. Their elders claim they were visited by amphibious beings from the star system Sirius, the Namo. These visitors, they say, descended in ships of fire, taught the people astronomy, agriculture, and law, and promised a return. Strangely, the Dogon possessed detailed knowledge of Sirius's binary system, including the existence of Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye, long before modern telescopes confirmed it. How could an isolated tribe know this? They insisted their ancestors learned it directly from the star beings. In the Americas, the stories echo once more. The Inca revered Viracocha, the white-bearded god who came from the sea after a great flood to teach mankind architecture, agriculture, and astronomy. The Maya and Aztecs worshiped Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who descended from the heavens to bring enlightenment and knowledge. He arrived in a radiant craft and departed with the promise of his eventual return. The Cherokees speak of the people of the moon, who came down from the sky and intermarried with their ancestors. The Hopi tell the Kachinas, star beings who visited Earth and taught their people the sacred ways. Every continent, every culture, repeats the same refrain. Those from the stars came down and guided humanity's rebirth after catastrophe. Even in China, the myth of celestial emperors speaks of luminous rulers who arrived on flying dragons and machines of pearl. The first emperor, Fu Xi, and his consort Niwa were said to have descended from the heavens after a great deluge, teaching mankind to write, weave, and farm. In Japan, the Shinto chronicles tell of Amatsukami, heavenly beings who descended from the sky to bring order to the world. Their leader, Ninigi no Makoto, arrived on a floating bridge of heaven, an unmistakable description of flight. What ties these global traditions together is not just a repetition of the same archetype, but the consistency of technological imagery. The gods travel in vehicles, wield beams of energy, and interact with humanity directly. They're often described as tall or radiant and possessing elongated skulls. Physical traits found in anomalous mummies from Paracas, Peru, and even depictions in early Egyptian art. Were these depictions symbolic, or literal memories of a race that walked the earth before the flood? The evidence grows even stranger when viewed through the lens of ancient architecture. Many megalithic sites, from the Great Pyramid to Teotihuacan, from Baalbek to Nanmadol, share not only mathematical precision, but also alignment with celestial bodies. The Orion correlation seen at Giza is mirrored in Mexico. The energy grid that connects Stonehenge to the pyramids runs through other star-aligned temples. Could it be that these monuments were part of a planetary network built under the guidance of skyborn architects, a global legacy of the gods who came from above? The Nazca lines of Peru, etched into the desert floor, stretch for miles and form perfect geometric figures and runway-like strips visible only from the air. To this day, no one can fully explain how or why they were created. The local legends say they were markers for the gods, landing paths for the beings who descended from the heavens. Likewise, the ancient ruins of Tiwanaku, submerged under Lake Titicaca, bear precision stonework and carvings of beings wearing helmets and carrying devices that look eerily mechanical. Skeptics argue that these are coincidences, that human imagination simply reached the skies and invented gods to explain the unknown. But if that were true, why do these stories, separated by oceans and epics, share such specific detail? Why do they describe the same kind of craft, the same luminous teachers, the same knowledge of the stars? It is almost as if all humanity remembers a single epoch when the boundaries between heaven and earth were thin, and those from the stars walked among us. Even in the modern era, echoes of this contact persist. Ancient cave paintings in Australia and Africa depict beings with radiant halos, and what appear to be helmets or suits. The Sanskrit word Deva and the Hebrew Elohim both translate as shining ones. Across thousands of years, the language remains luminous. Gods described not by emotion or morality, but by light. Perhaps they were not divine in the theological sense, but beings of higher intelligence, operating at a frequency of existence beyond our own perception, visible to ancient eyes tuned in natural resonance, invisible to us now. If the stories of star beings are true, they raise profound questions. Were these visitors extraterrestrial, physical travelers from other worlds, or ultra-terrestrial, emerging from other dimensions, other layers of reality that coexist with ours? Could they have been survivors of the lost civilization itself? Atlanteans or Lemurians, who escaped the flood by ascending into the skies? Whatever their nature, their legacy remains in stone, myth, and blood. Many royal lineages claim descent from them. The divine right of kings may have originated from literal ancestry tracing back to the gods. The ancients believed these beings would return when the stars realigned, when humanity once again reached a level of consciousness required to meet them as equals. The Mayan calendar's long count, the Egyptian prophecies of Zep-Tepi, the first time, and the Hopi prophecies of the fifth world all speak of such a cycle, a return of the star people in an age of renewal. Perhaps that is what our era is approaching now, a reawakening of memory, a time when humanity rediscovers its cosmic heritage. The myths of the star beings were not meant to create worship, but remembrance, a reminder that we, too, are children of the stars. Our ancestors looked up at the night sky and saw their origin. We look up and see only distance. Yet in our DNA, our myths, and our monuments, their message endures. You were never alone. You never will be. One day, when our technology and consciousness finally align, we may no longer call them gods, aliens, or myths. We may simply recognize them as family, the elder architects of our forgotten past, watching still from the heavens, waiting for their children to remember who they are. Deep within the temples of forgotten worlds and whispered to the myths of every ancient civilization lies a thread of legend more enigmatic than any other. The story of a lost continent that once bridged the world's oceans, the cradle of an advanced race whose wisdom illuminated the dawn of humanity. To some, it was Atlantis. To others, Lemuria, Mu, or Kumari Kingdom, a vanished land swallowed by cataclysm and erased from recorded history. Whether submerged by flood, shattered by fire, or buried beneath layers of geological upheaval, the memory of this primordial civilization persists in every culture's most sacred texts. And when examined together, these stories reveal something startling. They are not myth, but fragments of a single global memory, an echo of a world that truly existed before the fall. The earliest written account of Atlantis comes from Plato, who, in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, describe it as a vast island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He said its people possessed tremendous technological and spiritual knowledge, harnessing the forces of nature and mastering navigation, architecture, and energy. Their temples gleamed with orichalcum, their cities radiated light, and their culture was ruled by philosopher kings, descendant of Poseidon and a mortal woman. But as their pride grew, so did their corruption. They turned their divine science toward conquest, and the gods, angered by their arrogance, struck them down. In a single day and night of misfortune, Plato wrote, the island of Atlantis disappeared into the depths of the sea. Skeptics dismiss Plato's tale as allegory, a moral fable of hubris and downfall. Yet the philosopher insisted his story was based on truth, passed down through Egyptian priests who recorded the memory of a catastrophe 9,000 years before his time. If that timeline is accurate, Atlantis would have fallen around 9,600 BC, precisely when geological evidence shows a massive global flood at the end of the last ice age. The coincidence is too exact to ignore. But Atlantis is only one name for the same lost epic. In the Pacific, legends of Mu tell of a sprawling continent that once connected Asia, Australia, and the Americas, a tropical paradise inhabited by wise and peaceful beings who understood the forces of life and light. According to the research of Colonel James Churchward, who studied ancient tablets in India, Mu was the birthplace of mankind, destroyed in a cataclysm of earthquakes and fire some 12,000 years ago. Its survivors fled in all directions, becoming the ancestors of later civilizations, the Egyptians, Mayans, and Polynesians. Meanwhile, in southern India and Sri Lanka, Tamil traditions preserve the memory of Kumari Kingdom, a vast land that once stretched far into the Indian Ocean. It was said to be the cradle of the first Sangam, a golden age of poetry, science, and spirituality. The Tamil texts describe its submergence by the rising seas and earthquakes that divided the continents. Remarkably, bathymetric studies have revealed submerged land masses and river channels beneath the Indian Ocean shelf, geological evidence supporting at least part of these ancient claims. Even the Bible and the Book of Enoch contain echoes of this lost world. The sons of God, who descended to earth and mingled with humanity, could be survivors of the Atlantean Age, bringing fragments of forgotten technology and knowledge to early post-Diluvian cultures. The City of Eden, often depicted as a paradise before fall, may be a symbolic memory of the same vanished homeland, a place of harmony and divine connection that humanity once possessed. What did these lost civilizations know that we have forgotten? Their monuments, scattered across the globe, provide clues. The precise engineering of megalithic sites, the astronomical alignments, the mastery of mathematics and geometry, all appear suddenly, as if gifted, not developed. The Sphinx, weathered by rain thousands of years before the Sahara became a desert, hints at construction long before Egypt's dynasties. The Pyramid of Gunung Padang in Indonesia, now carbon dated to over 20,000 years old, suggests monumental architecture existed tens of millennia before history officially began. Could these be the remnants of a global civilization that predated recorded time, the children of Atlantis and Lemuria, who rebuilt the world after the cataclysm? Ancient maps, too, whisper the lost lands. The Pyrie Reis map, drawn in 1513, shows the coastline of Antarctica beneath its ice with astonishing accuracy. Modern sonar surveys confirm that the landmass beneath matches the map's contours perfectly, implying that whoever created its source document saw Antarctica before it was frozen, at least 12,000 years ago. Who could have charted such territory unless a seafaring civilization had once explored the entire globe? Legends from every continent preserve a memory of survivors. The Incas spoke of Viracocha's people emerging from the sea. The Maori of New Zealand told of ancestors who arrived on floating islands. The Egyptians said the followers of Horus came from a land drowned beneath the western waters. The Polynesians traced their lineage to the people of the dawn, who sailed east from a sinking continent. Everywhere, humanity remembers teachers who appeared after the Great Flood, builders, astronomers, and healers who rebuilt civilization from ruin. Even our planet's geology preserves the scars of that cataclysm. Around 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas impact event triggered sudden global floods, mass extinctions, and rapid sea level rise. Massive meltwater pulses buried coastlines beneath hundreds of feet of ocean, precisely where the lost lands of myth were said to lie. Beneath the waves of the Atlantic, sonar surveys have detected anomalous structures, terraces, grids, and formations resembling walls and roads, near the Azores and the Bahamas. In the Pacific, off Japan's Yonaguni Island, megalithic staircases and plazas stand silently under the sea. It seems the ocean itself has become a tomb for humanity's forgotten age. But Atlantis and Lemuria were not merely physical places. They represented a state of consciousness. According to esoteric traditions, they were civilizations that bridged matter and spirit. The Atlanteans mastered energy through crystals, resonance, and thought, harnessing what we might now call zero-point or electromagnetic power. Their temples, aligned to Earth's energy grid, acted as amplifiers of consciousness, linking the people to cosmic frequencies. But as pride and corruption grew, that balance collapsed. The very technology that sustained them became the weapon of their destruction, unleashing earthquakes, fire, and flood. Many occult traditions, including theosophy and Hermeticism, claim that remnants of this knowledge survived through the mystery schools, carried by initiates into Egypt, India, and Tibet. The Eye of Horus, the pine cone of Osiris, and the third eye of the Hindus are all said to symbolize the same lost science, the activation of higher perception, the union of human and divine. The Emerald Tablet of Thoth proclaims, "As above, so below," a phrase echoing Atlantean metaphysics, the understanding that the cosmos and man are reflections of the same geometry of creation. Could our ancestors have encoded the memory of Atlantis and Lemuria in myth to preserve it until we were ready to understand? Even Plato hinted that the story of Atlantis was not unique, that other lands had risen and fallen before, part of an eternal cycle of destruction and renewal. In the Timaeus, he wrote, "There have been and will be many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes." The flood was not the end of civilization, but one more turn in an ancient wheel. Modern researchers, divers, and geologists continue to find hints of truth beneath the waves, ruins, roads, and megaliths that defy conventional history. Yet mainstream academia remains silent, bound by its own timeline. To admit that an advanced global culture existed before 10,000 BC would unravel everything we think we know about human progress. But the evidence is growing, and the silence grows harder to maintain. The legend of Atlantis and its sister Lemuria endures because it speaks to something within us. It is not just a story of loss, but of memory. We feel in our bones a homesickness for a world we cannot recall, yet somehow know we once belonged to. Perhaps that is why these tales still move us. They are the distant echo of our collective amnesia. Maybe Atlantis never truly vanished. Maybe it lives on in fragments, in the architecture of Giza, in the temples of Angkor, in the DNA of humanity itself. And perhaps one day, when the oceans give up their secrets and the earth completes another cycle, the truth will surface again, the light of a forgotten world rising once more, reminding us that we have fallen before and that we will rise again. Beneath the myths of Atlantis and the whispers of vanished continents lies a more elusive secret, one not of land or stone, but of energy. Across the world's sacred sites, from the Great Pyramid of Giza to the temples of Angkor and the standing stones of Britain, there are clues that our ancestors once harnessed a form of power that modern science has barely begun to comprehend. This was not electricity in the modern sense, nor combustion, nor chemical fuel, but something far older and purer, the energy of the earth itself. Every ancient culture revered the planet as a living being, a conscious organism pulsing with invisible currents. The Chinese called it qi, the Hindus prana, the Polynesians mana, and the Egyptians ka. To them, this life force was not spiritual metaphor but physical reality, an energy that could be sensed, directed, and amplified. Their temples were not mere places of worship. They were machines of resonance, carefully aligned to these flows of telluric power. By understanding the geometry of the earth and the harmonics of vibration, the ancients built a global network that connected heaven, earth, and the human soul. Modern scientists now know that the earth is wrapped in a complex electromagnetic field, a system of circulating currents known as telluric lines and geomagnetic fluxes. These lines, which vary in strength across the globe, coincide with many ancient sites. The megalithic builders of old seem to have an intuitive understanding of this, constructing their monuments at points where these energies converge. Stonehenge, for instance, sits atop a geomagnetic anomaly, its stones arranged in a pattern that amplifies the Earth's natural resonance. When sound, drumming, chanting, or singing, is produced inside the circle, the vibrations reverberate in harmonic patterns, suggesting that the site was designed as an energy conductor. The Great Pyramid of Giza, perhaps the most studied structure on Earth, may hold the ultimate key to this mystery. In 2018, researchers from Russia's ITMO University discovered that the pyramid can focus electromagnetic energy into its internal chambers and beneath its base. The geometry itself, the angle of its sides, the proportions of its height to its base, behaves like a resonant cavity, concentrating energy waves. The pyramid's limestone casing once contained quartz crystals, which, when subjected to vibration, generate electric charge through the piezoelectric effect. Combined with the granite, another crystalline material, the entire structure could have functioned as an enormous energy amplifier. Ancient Egyptian texts describe the pyramids as houses of life and places of ascension. While mainstream Egyptology interprets this symbolically, the ancients may have meant it literally. The pyramid may have been an energy transducer, converting the Earth's natural vibrations into usable forms, not for machines, but for consciousness. When priests chanted within the chambers, their voices resonated with the frequencies of the structure, generating a field of harmonic power that could alter perception and even physiological states. This idea extends far beyond Egypt. In Baalbek, Lebanon, the massive trilithon stones, some weighing over 1,000 tons, rest atop a foundation that seems to resonate like a tuning fork when struck. In Peru, the walls of Sacsayhuaman are composed of magnetized stones that fit together without mortar, forming an enormous circuit of conductive rock. In Tiwanaku, archaeologists have found evidence of metallic clamps containing traces of platinum used to bind stones, a kind of ancient electrical connectivity. The question remains, why? Were these structures part of a lost global grid, a system designed to draw energy from the Earth itself? The ancient Chinese geomancers, or feng shui masters, mapped the world's dragon lines, invisible pathways of energy flowing through the land. Temples, tombs, and cities were built to align with these currents. Similarly, the Maya and Inca built temples along ley lines that radiated from sacred mountains and volcanoes. These natural power points may have been chosen not for aesthetic or religious reasons, but for their energetic potential. The builders of these civilizations were engineers of frequency, architects of resonance. Even in the writings of Nikola Tesla, echoes of this ancient science reappear. Tesla spoke of the Earth as a giant capacitor, capable of generating limitless energy through resonance. His Warden Cliff Tower, designed to transmit power wirelessly to the Earth's ionosphere, was based on the same principles that seem embedded in the Great Pyramid's design. Tesla even remarked that the pyramid's proportions matched the geometry required for energy transmission. Could Tesla have rediscovered an Atlantean technology, the lost art drawing power directly from the Earth? The ancients did not separate physics from metaphysics. To them, energy was both scientific and spiritual. They believed that human consciousness itself was an energetic force capable of interacting with the planet's fields. This concept survives in the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without. The human body, like the Earth, possesses its own energy centers, chakras, that correspond to planet's grid nodes. By harmonizing with these frequencies through meditation, sound, and geometry, one could awaken dormant abilities, telepathy, healing, even levitation. Levitation, long dismissed as myth, appears again and again in ancient lore. From the stones of the pyramids sung into place to Tibetan monks who raise boulders with horns and chants. Modern experiments in acoustic levitation have shown that sound waves can indeed lift small objects by creating standing waves of pressure. If the ancients understood how to scale this effect through resonant architecture, they could have manipulated massive stones without brute force, moving mountains with music. At the heart of this forgotten science is resonance, the natural frequency at which energy vibrates in harmony. Everything, from an atom to a galaxy, possesses a resonant frequency. When two systems vibrate in harmony, energy transfers effortlessly between them. The ancients built their monuments to resonate with the Earth's natural frequency, the Schumann resonance, approximately 783 Hz. The same frequency as the brain's alpha state, associated with calm and creativity. In essence, their temples were tuning devices, synchronizing the human mind to the heartbeat of the planet. This harmony was not only physical, but moral and cosmic. The ancients understood that imbalance, greed, violence, disharmony, disrupted the Earth's energy flow. The fall of Atlantis, in this view, was not merely a geological event, but an energetic one. When humanity misused the planet's power, resonance turned to chaos. What had been life-giving became destructive. The floods, fires, and quakes that ended the Golden Age were not punishment from gods, but consequences of lost harmony. Some researchers believe that fragments of this technology survive, in the Baghdad Battery, in the power plant-like layout of the Great Pyramid, even in the mysterious Ark of the Covenant, which may have been an electrical capacitor built to store divine energy. The ancients called this force vril, Ankh energy, or chi, a limitless power available to those in alignment with nature. When mankind fell into corruption, this knowledge was sealed away, encoded in myth and architecture until we were ready to rediscover it. Today, as we experiment again with wireless energy, magnetic propulsion, and quantum resonance, we are unwittingly retracing their steps. The question is not whether ancient energy technology existed, but whether we are spiritually prepared to use it. For the ancients knew what we have forgotten, that energy without wisdom leads to destruction. Their monuments still hum faintly with power, not mechanical, but harmonic. When the wind passes through Stonehenge, when sunlight strikes the apex of the Great Pyramid, when a monk's chant vibrates through the halls of Angkor, the old network flickers to life. The grid sleeps, but it is not dead. The earth remembers. Perhaps one day we will. 2. When science and spirit reunite. When frequency is once again understood as a bridge between worlds, humanity may reclaim the same power that once built the impossible. The ancients called it the breath of the earth. Tesla called it the gift of the ether. And we may come to know it again, not as myth, but as the truth that was buried when the last sunken temples fell beneath the waves. For now, the stones wait, silent generators of forgotten energy, whispering across millennia that once, long ago, the world itself was alive with light. Among the countless enigmas that haunt our understanding of the ancient world, Few are as haunting or as forbidden as the study of ancient genetic manipulation. Buried in myth, encoded in scripture, and hinted at through ancient carvings, there runs a persistent thread suggesting that early humanity was not merely created by chance or evolved unaided, but engineered. In almost every civilization's origin story, gods, shining ones, or sky beings are said to have fashioned humanity in their image, not metaphorically, but biologically. The further one digs, the clearer the pattern becomes. Our species, with its sudden leap in intelligence, self-awareness, and creativity, may not have been the product of slow evolution at all, but of intentional design carried out by a lost civilization or extraterrestrial intelligence. The oldest surviving accounts of human creation come from the Sumerians, whose cuneiform tablets, the Enuma Elish and the Epic of Atrahasis, describe the gods, the Anunnaki, laboring to extract resources from the earth. Growing weary, they decided to create a new being to take their place. According to the tablets, the god Enki and the goddess Ninhursag mixed the blood of the gods with clay of the earth, fashioning a hybrid being called Lulu Amalu, the worker man. The text state, they slaughtered a god, and from his blood they created mankind. This is one of the earliest recorded references to genetic modification, an ancient description of DNA mixing, told in mythic language. To modern ears, clay of the earth might sound poetic, but in ancient Sumerian, the term iti can also mean essence or biological substance. Was this clay actually genetic material? The act of mixing blood with clay could easily describe the extraction and fusion of DNA, something modern science has only mastered in recent decades. The result, according to the tablets, was a being similar but lesser, a servant species designed to labor but endowed with the potential for knowledge. In short, humanity. This same narrative echoes in other sacred traditions. In Egypt, the god Khnum was said to form mankind on a potter's wheel, fashioning human bodies from clay and placing the breath of life within them. The book of Genesis, written millennia later, repeats the same imagery. The Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Even the detail of breath, or spiritus, aligns with ancient descriptions of divine essence, possibly a poetic way to describe the infusion of genetic code. The Bible later adds, "Let's make man in our image, after our likeness." The plural us has puzzled theologians for centuries. Who were the we? The Book of Enoch, a text once revered and then banned, provides an unsettling answer. It tells of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth and took human wives, creating hybrid offspring called Nephilim, giants, and men of renown. These hybrids were said to possess immense strength and knowledge, but also corruption, leading to the Great Flood meant to cleanse their tainted bloodline. To mainstream religion, these are metaphors for moral decay, but through another lens, they describe interbreeding between two species, human and non-human, and the attempt to contain the resulting chaos. In India, the ancient Vedas and Puranas speak of the gods known as devas manipulating life essence and creating new beings through thought and vibration. The text Srimad Bhagavatam describes divine progenitors who experimented with forms of life to create vehicles for consciousness. Similarly, in the Popol Vuh of the Maya, the gods attempt to create humans first from mud, then wood, and finally maize, a metaphor perhaps for successive genetic experiments until successful design was achieved. The final creation made of maize a cultivated plant, symbolized humanity's fusion of natural and engineered life. Modern science tells us that human evolution shows a mysterious leap around 200,000 years ago. The sudden emergence of Homo sapiens with larger brains, complex language, and advanced social behavior. Geneticists have long puzzled over this great leap forward, which occurred far too quickly for Darwinian processes to explain. Even more curious is the presence of genes in the human genome that appear inserted, not evolved from predecessors, but introduced. One such gene, FOXP2, governs speech and language, and its sudden appearance coincides perfectly with this evolutionary jump. Could it be that our ancestors were altered, uplifted, by an advanced intelligence using genetic technology? The serpent, long vilified as a symbol of temptation, may hold another clue. In Sumerian, the god Enki, mankind's creator, was symbolized by the serpent. He was not evil, but a bringer of knowledge in DNA itself, often depicted with double helix patterns winding around staves and pillars. The later biblical reinterpretation of the serpent as Satan may have been part of a deliberate distortion to hide the truth that the serpent was not a tempter, but a teacher, the giver of genetic and spiritual awakening. The serpent entwined on the staff of Hermes, the caduceus, survives as a symbol of medicine, the science of life and healing. Ancient carvings and artifacts from around the world depict figures holding what appear to be DNA strands, pine cones, symbols of the pineal gland, or strange devices resembling laboratory tools. In Assyrian reliefs, gods carry small objects called mystery bags, identical in form across Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even the carvings of pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. These are always shown beside the tree of life, perhaps instruments of genetic manipulation or containers of divine essence. The myth of Prometheus offers another variation. He defied the gods to give fire, symbolic of knowledge and technology, to humanity, for which he was punished eternally. In esoteric tradition, Prometheus was not a rebel but a benefactor, an intermediary between the gods and men. He represents the same archetype as Enki, Thoth, and Quetzalcoatl, the genetic engineers or teachers of humanity. Each brought forbidden knowledge and was exiled or condemned for it. The pattern is unmistakable. A race of advanced beings grants humanity the spark of consciousness, only to be erased or vilified by later powers. In recent decades, researchers have uncovered anomalies that lend weight to these myths. Mitochondrial DNA studies show that all humans trace their maternal lineage to a single ancestor, mitochondrial Eve, who lived roughly 200,000 years ago. Yet there is no clear reason why this specific lineage should have survived while others vanished. Some theorists propose that this was not random but deliberate, the genetic reboot of humanity after a failed experiment. The timing matches a Sumerian account of the Anunnaki's creation of mankind. Even ancient skeletons defy explanation. The elongated skulls of Paracas, Peru, the giant bones unearthed in North America, the hybrid humanoid remains found in the Caucasus and the Altai Mountains, all hint at genetic diversity that modern science prefers to ignore. Mainstream archaeology calls them deformities or anomalies, but legends call them by name: the Nephilim, the Titans, the children of the gods. What the fall of man was not moral corruption, but the loss of memory, the separation from our creators. If ancient geneticists once uplifted humanity, their disappearance would have left our species orphaned, struggling to recall its origins. The myths of paradise lost, of exile, of divine punishment, all could be allegories for the moment our connection to those higher beings was severed. The implications are staggering. It means that the human race may not be the product of random evolution, but the result of a cosmic act of engineering, perhaps even part of an ongoing experiment. The forbidden books of old, Enoch Jasher, the Nag Hammadi texts, allude to the same conclusion. That knowledge of our creation was once common, then deliberately erased. The war in heaven, the fall of the angels, and the destruction of Atlantis may have all been attempts to control or conceal the misuse of genetic power. And if this is true, then what is our destiny? Are we still evolving under unseen guidance? Are the anomalies in our DNA, the junk genes scientists cannot decode, dormant keys waiting to be reactivated? Many esoteric teachings say yes. They claim that within us lies a dormant potential, the divine genome, that, once awakened, can restore our original state of consciousness. The rising of Kundalini, the opening of the third eye, the alchemical great work, all describe this reactivation in spiritual terms. Perhaps that is the true meaning of the ancient warning. Know thyself. To know ourselves fully is to rediscover the truth of our creation, to remember that we are the descendants of gods, not slaves of chance. Our DNA, like the pyramids and the stars, carries a message, a blueprint left by those who shaped us. Modern science continues to search the stars for signs of intelligent life, yet the evidence may already be within us, coded into the very cells that make us human. Every heartbeat, every thought, every strand of DNA sings a silent hymn to our creators. The question is no longer whether they existed, but whether we are ready to remember them. For when we do, the walls of history will crumble and humanity will stand once more before the mirror of its true origin, not as a fallen species, but as the children of the stars, waking at last from a very long dream. Hidden beneath the surface of every ancient myth, Beyond the ruins of forgotten temples and the remnants of lost civilizations lies a mystery that is both cosmic and intimate, the story of the third eye and humanity's once luminous consciousness. For thousands of years, mystics and initiates have spoken of a time when humankind possessed an inner sight, a spiritual organ that allowed them to perceive not just the material world, but the vibrational realms beyond it, frequencies of light, sound, and energy that modern science only now begins to acknowledge. This was not fantasy. It was a faculty, the eye of the mind, the seat of the soul, the pineal gland, a bridge between the physical and the divine. And somewhere in the long twilight between Atlantis and today, that eye closed. Every ancient tradition describes it. In Egypt, it was the eye of Horus, the all-seeing symbol of perception and resurrection. Carved into temples, drawn onto sarcophagi, and worn by priests, the eye represented enlightenment, the restoration of divine vision after the destruction of the original sight. To the initiates of the Egyptian mystery schools, it was not a symbol at all, but a diagram, a literal representation of the human brain, showing the thalamus, corpus callosum, and pineal gland. When overlaid with anatomical precision, the eye of Horus aligns perfectly with these structures, suggesting the Egyptians knew of a hidden center of consciousness within the head. In India, the same power is called the Ajna chakra, the third eye located at the forehead between the brows. Yogis and sages are long described as a luminous blue-violet lotus, the point where thought becomes vision and vision becomes reality. The Upanishads speak of it as the gateway to higher worlds, and meditation practices were designed specifically to awaken it. When activated, they said, one could see not just physical light, but the subtle energy fields that interconnect all living things. The awakened seer became a rishi, one who perceives truth directly, not through belief, but through experience. In Tibet, the monks of the Dzogchen and Bon traditions practiced Tummo and Trul-Kor, disciplines that stimulated energy to rise from the base of the spine to the crown, igniting the pineal gland in the process. This inner flame was called the secret fire. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes the clear light of the void, a radiant awareness seen only through the open third eye at the moment of death or deep meditation. The same concept appears in Christian mysticism as the single-eyed Jesus spoke of when he said, "If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light." Science, too, recognizes the pineal gland as a real organ, a small, pine-cone-shaped structure at the center of the brain. It produces melatonin, which regulates sleep, but it also contains photoreceptor cells, the same kinds found in the retina. It is, quite literally, a light-sensitive gland inside the skull. In reptiles and some birds, this organ remains an external parietal eye, capable of sensing light directly through the skin. In humans, it has become internalized vestigial, a remnant of a once active organ of perception. But ancient initiates insisted it could be reawakened through discipline, purity, and vibration. The pine cone, symbolic of this gland, appears everywhere in sacred art, in the staff of the Assyrian gods, in the hands of Egyptian deities, atop the scepters of Osiris, and even at the Vatican, where the Pigna, a massive bronze pine cone, stand at the heart of the papal court. Why would a Christian empire preserve a pagan symbol of enlightenment? Perhaps because those in power have always known its true meaning and sought to control or obscure it. In esoteric texts, the third eye was once fully active in early humanity. Before the fall of the great civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu, mankind lived in a state of direct connection with the cosmos. Consciousness was not confined to five senses. It was multidimensional. The human body resonated with the Earth's energy grid and the frequencies of the stars. The pineal gland served as a receiver, translating cosmic frequencies into perception. People communicated telepathically, navigated by intuition, and perceived energy fields as naturally as we see colors. Then came the cataclysm. Whether by natural disaster, war, or misuse of energy, the resonance between humanity and the Earth broke. The planet's magnetic field shifted, the Schumann resonance dropped, and the third eye, once constantly stimulated by higher vibration, began to calcify. As the frequencies of the environment changed, so too did our bodies. The pineal gland, deprived of its stimulation, shrank and hardened. Where once humans lived in radiant awareness, now we perceive only fragments of reality. The fall described in Genesis, the eating of the forbidden fruit, may symbolize its descent from unified consciousness to duality. from divine sight to blindness. In the post-Diluvian world, remnants of this ancient knowledge were preserved in the mystery schools. Egyptian initiates underwent years of purification before entering the temples of Karnak or Luxor to undergo pineal activation, rituals using sound, light, and geometry. The Great Pyramid, designed with precise acoustic chambers, could generate standing waves that vibrated the skull and stimulated the gland directly. Initiates would lie in the sarcophagus of the king's chamber, entering deep trance as sound frequencies harmonized their neural pathways, reawakening inner sight. The rebirth of the initiate symbolized the resurrection of divine perception. The Vedic and Taoist traditions preserved this knowledge through meditation and energy work. The coiled serpent of Kundalini, the latent life force at the spine, when awakened, ascends to the chakras until it strikes the ajna, opening the third eye. The Taoists called this refining the spirit and returning to emptiness. Both systems describe the same process. The activation of the pineal gland through vibrational energy, restoring the human to their original state, a being of light. Even modern neuroscience is beginning to catch up. The pineal gland contains microcrystals of calcite that exhibit piezoelectric properties, meaning they generate electric charge under mechanical pressure. This makes them sensitive to electromagnetic fields, including those emitted by the earth and the human brain. Some researchers speculate that the gland may function as a biological transducer, a bridge between electrical impulses and light-based quantum processes. In other words, the pineal gland could indeed be a natural interface for higher states of consciousness, capable of perceiving realities beyond the physical spectrum. But what caused this eye to close so completely? Ancient texts speak of a deliberate manipulation, that during humanity's fall, forces of control sought to suppress the third eye to enslave consciousness. By limiting perception to the physical senses, humanity became trapped in material reality, forgetful of its divine origins. The widespread fluoridation of water, the bombardment of electromagnetic frequencies, and the degradation of natural resonance may all contribute to the modern pineal's calcification. What was once a radiant antenna has become a stone. Yet the ancient ways of reactivation remain. Fasting, breath work, meditation, chanting, and sound vibration can decalcify and stimulate the pineal gland. Frequencies such as 432 Hz and 528 Hz, the so-called miracle tones, have been shown to induce resonance in the brain, aligning it with natural harmonics of the earth. Practices like yoga, qigong, and lucid dreaming rekindle awareness of the energy body. Even simple exposure to natural sunlight, the original activator of melatonin and serotonin, begins the awakening. When the third eye reopens, perception expands. The world appears more luminous, thoughts manifest more quickly, synchronicities multiply, and intuition becomes precise. The initiate begins to sense energy, the subtle hum of life in all things, and realizes that consciousness itself shapes reality. This awakening is not fantasy. It is a return to humanity's birthright, the restoration of what the ancients call the eye of Ra, the inner sun, the flame within. And perhaps this is the secret long guarded by the mystery schools, feared by empires, and buried beneath dogma, that enlightenment is not external but internal, and that every human being carries within them the technology of divine sight. The gods did not grant it to us. They merely reminded us it was there all along. The closing of the third eye marked the beginning of our amnesia. Its reopening will mark the end of it. For when mankind sees again, not with the eyes of flesh, but with the eye of spirit, the illusions of separation, fear, and limitation will dissolve. We will remember that consciousness is infinite, that reality is frequency, and that creation is perception itself. The ancients left us the key, hidden in architecture, encoded in art, whispered through symbols of serpents, suns, and eyes. And though time buried their temples, the temple within remains. It waits, silent but eternal, behind every forehead, beating in rhythm with the stars. The path to rediscover it is not outward but inward, through stillness, vibration, and truth. For when the third eye opens again, the gods will not descend, we will ascend. Humanity will remember its light. And in that instant, the long sleep of history will end, giving birth once more to the luminous age of awakening that the ancients called a return of the eye of the sun. Energy, invisible, eternal, and infinite, is the foundation of all that exists. Modern science defines it as the ability to do work, but the ancients understood it as something far greater. The breath of creation itself, the living essence that flows through every atom, every star, every being. Long before the discovery of electricity or magnetism, ancient civilizations harnessed this universal force in ways that modern scientists are only beginning to rediscover. Across Egypt, India, South America, and even forgotten continents, evidence points to an advanced understanding of energy, a science that fused physics with spirituality, matter with consciousness. In Egypt, the temples were not simply places of worship. They were power stations of resonance. The Great Pyramid, built with piezoelectric limestone and granite rich in quartz, could convert the Earth's natural vibrations into electromagnetic energy. Studies show its chambers amplify sound and frequency in ways that align perfectly with human brain waves. Could this have been coincidence or design? Ancient texts called it the House of Eternity, not because of its size, but because it captured the eternal energy of life itself. When the priests of Ra conducted rituals inside, they were not praying. They were synchronizing their minds to the harmonic pulse of the planet, channeling energy that bridged the physical and the divine. The same knowledge appears across the world. In India, the Vedic sages spoke of prana, the life force that flows through all things, sustained by the chakras, the body's energy centers. Their architecture followed the science of Vasta Shastra, aligning homes and temples with geomagnetic fields to create harmony between human energy and the Earth's. In China, this same principle is known as qi, the breath of the dragon, flowing through ley lines and meridians. The Chinese mapped this energy through feng shui, designing cities and tombs to channel it properly. Even acupuncture, thousands of years old, functions on the same concept, that energy must flow freely for life to flourish. In South America, the megalithic sites of Sacsayhuaman, Tiwanaku, and Pumapunku reveal that their builders mastered energetic principles that defy explanation. Giant andesite stones, carved with machine-like precision, fit together with such accuracy that not even a blade of grass can pass between them. Many are magnetized. Some researchers have found that when these stones are struck, they emit resonant frequencies that correspond to specific harmonic tones, as if the builders designed them to vibrate with the earth. These were not primitive stonemasons. They were engineers of resonance. In Mesoamerica, the Mayan and Aztec pyramids were constructed on powerful electromagnetic nodes of the earth. The pyramids at Teotihuacan and Chichen Itza were aligned not only to celestial cycles, but to underground aquifers and quartz deposits. When combined with chanting or drumming, these sites generated standing waves, invisible energy fields that interacted with human consciousness. Modern experiments have shown that such resonance can alter the brain's frequency, inducing states of deep awareness and vision. To the ancients, this was sacred technology, a way to connect human thought to the living energy of the universe. Even in the ruins of lost Atlantis, described by Plato as a civilization powered by crystal fire, myths speak of energy harnessed through sound, magnetism, and geometry. The Atlantean pre-scientists, according to esoteric traditions, mastered the control of this universal force, using giant crystals and pyramid networks to transmit energy across continents. Some accounts say they could levitate massive stones, power their cities without combustion, and even heal disease using frequency. When they fell, much of this knowledge was buried with them, but fragments survived in the priesthoods of Egypt, India, and the Andes. Modern science is beginning to rediscover these truths. Quantum physics now confirms that all matter is energy condensed into form. Every particle vibrates at a frequency, and observation itself influences reality. Einstein called energy eternal. It cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Nikola Tesla, perhaps the last echo of ancient genius, said, "If you want to understand the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Tesla's experiments with wireless power, scalar energy, and earth resonance eerily parallel what the ancients achieved millennia ago. He envisioned a world where energy could be drawn directly from the Earth's electromagnetic field, limitless, clean, and free. But such a world threatened the systems built on control and scarcity, and so his discoveries were silenced. Across time, every rediscovery of this forbidden energy seems to meet the same fate: suppression. Whether through lost manuscripts, destroyed temples, or discredited scientists, a pattern emerges. Someone does not want humanity to remember how powerful it truly is. Energy, in its purest form, liberates. It ends dependency on fuel, on authority, on fear. The ancients understood that when energy flows freely, both within the human and the planet, harmony prevails. When it is blocked or corrupted, chaos follows. This universal force was personified by many names: Ka in Egypt, Prana in India, Chi in China, and Ruach in Hebrew mysticism, but its essence was the same. It is the divine current of creation, flowing through the cosmos and the human body alike. The temples, pyramids, and monuments were not built simply as places of worship, but as machines of resonance, designed to amplify and balance this current. Even the arrangement of sacred sites across continents mirrors constellations, forming a planetary energy grid, a web of power once fully active, now dormant but waiting to be reawakened. In modern times, we have rediscovered fragments of this truth. Studies in bioenergetics show that the human heart generates an electromagnetic field measurable several feet beyond the body, influencing others and even synchronizing with the Earth's magnetic resonance. Kirlian photography captures luminous auras around living beings, suggesting that life radiates energy beyond the physical form. Scientists studying the Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural electromagnetic pulse, have found affects brain waves, emotions, and well-being. It is as if the planet and humanity share one heartbeat. The ancients knew this instinctively. Their rituals, chants, and meditations were methods of attunement, tuning the human frequency to the Earth and, through it, to the cosmos. When a civilization lived in harmony with this energy, peace and prosperity flourished. When they fell out of alignment, imbalance led to destruction. This is a cycle we now repeat, rediscovering what was forgotten just as the world trembles again with imbalance. Perhaps the suppression of this knowledge was never about technology, but about control. A humanity that understands energy as consciousness cannot be enslaved, for it realizes that everything, matter, mind, spirit, is one. This is a secret the ancients encoded in their monuments, that energy is life, and life is sacred. As we stand on the threshold of rediscovery, new technology, from zero-point energy to quantum communication, begins to echo those ancient systems. We are remembering that energy is not something to be consumed, but something to be harmonized with. The pyramids, temples, and stone circles of the past were prototypes, blueprints for a way of life guided by resonance, not resistance. The ancient priests of light understood this truth deeply. They left us a message hidden in architecture and myth. When you rediscover the science of energy, use it to unite, not to dominate. For the same power that can illuminate the world can also destroy it. The difference lies in consciousness. The ancients wielded this energy with reverence, knowing it was divine. If humanity can learn to do the same, to merge modern science with ancient wisdom, then perhaps the cycle of destruction will finally end. The forgotten civilization will live again, not in ruins or relics, but in the awakened hearts of those who remember. That energy is not outside us. It is us. The pulse of creation, flowing through time, waiting to be recognized once more. Throughout history, science and spirituality have been portrayed as opposing forces, one rooted in materialism, the other in the unseen. However, the more we delve into both, the more we see that they are not contradictory, but complementary. Modern quantum physics and neuroscience are unveiling the same truths the ancients knew, that consciousness is not just a product of the brain, but the fundamental force shaping reality. The ancient traditions of Egypt, India, and Greece spoke a divine order that governs the universe, an invisible force guiding creation. Today, string theory, quantum entanglement, and the zero-point field suggests that all matter and energy are interconnected in a web of infinite potential, resonating to the same frequency. The ancient sacred geometry, from the flower of life to the golden ratio, mirrors this idea that the universe is not chaotic but organized according to profound mathematical principles. As science uncovers the mechanics of the universe, it is converging with the spiritual teachings of old. The synthesis of these two realms offers not only the potential for technological advancement, but also a deeper understanding of the nature of existence itself. The ancients understood that sound and vibration were not merely sensory experiences, but the fundamental forces of creation. In every culture, from the Egyptians to the Indians and Tibetans, sound was seen as a direct link to the divine. The Vedas and the Egyptian texts speak of the Om and the sacred voice of God that shapes the universe. Modern science, through cymatics, has shown that sound can form geometric patterns and organize matter, proving that vibration is the key to shaping reality. Pythagoras believed that the cosmos itself resonated to a divine harmony, the music of the spheres. Quantum physics has now confirmed that all matter vibrates at specific frequencies, from the atoms in our bodies to the stars in the sky. This ancient wisdom is being rediscovered through technologies like frequency healing and sound therapy, which use specific vibrations to heal the body, mind, and spirit. The sacred frequencies of the ancients, such as the solfeggio frequencies, are now being used in modern healing practices, demonstrating that vibration is the true language of the universe, capable of healing, creation, and transformation. Sacred geometry is the language of the universe, the geometric patterns that underlie the structure of all life, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy. The ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Indians knew this, incorporating geometric principles into their temples, pyramids, and sacred art. The flower of life, a symbol found across cultures, holds the key to understanding the interconnectivity of all existence. Modern science, through fractals and quantum physics, is now discovering that the universe operates on mathematical principles that reflect these sacred patterns. The Platonic solids, the golden ratio, and the Fibonacci sequence are all expressions of sacred geometry, found in nature, human anatomy, and the cosmos. The pyramids of Egypt and the Parthenon in Greece were built with these principles in mind, aligning the human form with the cosmos. These structures were not just architectural feats. They were energetic amplifiers, resonating with the Earth's frequency and aligning the human body with divine proportions. Sacred geometry teaches us that the order of the universe is not random, but follows a divine blueprint, a map for the awakening of humanity and its return to its divine origins. The myth of the Great Flood exists across cultures, from the Bible's Noah to the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, and even in the Hindu and Mayan traditions. In every account, a catastrophic deluge wipes out a civilization, saving only a few survivors to repopulate the earth. This flood is not merely a myth, but a reflection of a real, ancient event, the Younger Dryas impact event around 12,800 years ago. Evidence points to a massive comet, or asteroid, striking the North American ice sheet, causing global flooding and dramatic climate shifts. This disaster likely wiped out an advanced civilization, with survivors carrying forward fragmented knowledge. Ancient temples, pyramids, and writings seem to preserve the memory of this cataclysm. The flood is a symbol of cleansing, a spiritual and physical reset, purging humanity of its imbalances. What remains is the enduring memory of those lost civilizations, embedded in mythology and sacred texts, calling humanity to remember its true origins. The ancient practice of initiation was central to many spiritual traditions, marking the journey from ignorance to enlightenment. From the Egyptian mystery schools to the Greek and Indian teachings, initiation was a process of death and rebirth. It symbolized the transformation of the soul through trials that purge the ego and awaken higher consciousness. In Egypt, the pyramids were used for spiritual initiation, guiding the initiate through symbolic death and resurrection. In Greece, the Eleusinian mysteries taught the immortality of the soul, and in India, the path of Kundalini awakening led to the realization of unity with the divine. Initiation was not only about transcending death, but awakening to a higher cosmic consciousness. Today, as humanity undergoes a global awakening, these ancient practices offer valuable insight. The transformation is not just an individual journey, but a collective one, as humanity reconnects with its spiritual origins and the divine blueprint of the universe. The quest for immortality has been at the heart of human consciousness since ancient times. But immortality was never about physical survival. It was the transformation of consciousness. Ancient cultures, from the Egyptians to the Taoists, believed that by mastering the spiritual sciences, one could transcend the limitations of the physical body and attain eternal life. The Egyptians practiced mummification, not merely to preserve the body, but to allow the soul to re-enter it and continue its journey. In India, yogis sought to overcome the cycle of birth and death through meditation and enlightenment, realizing the truth of the Atman, the eternal soul. The Taoists of China practiced internal alchemy, seeking to merge with the eternal flow of the universe and create an immortal body of light. Today, scientific breakthroughs are making immortality a modern possibility. But true immortality lies not in technology, but in awakening the divine consciousness within. It is through the realization of oneness with the cosmos that humanity will experience not only spiritual immortality, but a return to the divine source. Humanity is on the precipice of profound transformation. For millennia, the mysteries of the cosmos and our true origins have remained hidden beneath layers of time and misunderstanding. Ancient culture spoke of cyclical ages, with humanity transitioning from darkness to light, from ignorance to enlightenment. These transitions, marked by shifts in consciousness, are known as the ages of transition. Today, we stand on the brink of such a change as science and spirituality converge to reveal profound truth. Humanity is awakening to its divine nature. Ancient prophecies, such as the Mayan calendar and the Hopi prophecy, foretell a period of purification, where the old world of division and separation will fall away, making room for unity, love, and cosmic remembrance. As our understanding of energy, consciousness, and the cosmos deepens, we realize that we are not separate from the universe. We are an integral part of its conscious evolution. The Great Awakening is not a distant event. It is happening now. The question is whether humanity will rise to embrace this new consciousness or remain in the darkness of illusion. This is the ultimate choice: to awaken to our true potential or repeat the mistakes of the past. The concept of extraterrestrial contact has long been a part of human mythology, from gods descending from the stars to visions of celestial beings. Today, these myths are increasingly being recognized as echoes of a deeper truth, that humanity is not alone in the universe. UFOs and UAPs are no longer dismissed as fantasies, but are being acknowledged by governments and military officials. As disclosure unfolds, the question arises: are these beings visitors from distant worlds, higher dimensional intelligences, or reflections of our future selves? Many contactees describe their experiences not as invasions, but as initiations, with messages of unity, cosmic cooperation, and the preservation of Earth. The ancient cultures, from the Egyptians to the Maya, were aware of this cosmic connection and encoded it in their sacred teachings. The unfolding of disclosure is not merely a revelation of extraterrestrial life, but of cosmic consciousness. As humanity expands its awareness, we are not just discovering life beyond our planet. We are rediscovering the interconnectedness of all life across time and space. Humanity's journey, long obscured by layers of myth, separation, and forgetfulness, is finally coming full circle. The quest to understand our origins, our true potential, and our place in the universe has been the heartbeat of every great civilization. The ancients foresaw this moment, a time when humanity would remember its divine nature and reconnect with the higher dimensions of existence. The myth of a lost civilization is not about what has been erased, but what lies dormant within us. The mystery schools of ancient Egypt, Greece, and beyond carried forward the knowledge that consciousness, not matter, is a foundation reality. As we awaken, we are realizing that immortality is not about physical longevity, but the awakening of eternal consciousness within us. The cycles of history and prophecy show us that we are not merely destined to survive, but to thrive in unity with the cosmos. The return of the divine is not an external event. It is an internal awakening, where humanity becomes its own savior and co-creator with the universe. The Great Awakening has already begun, not in the sky, but within the hearts of those who remember their divine origin.